that.
Myth, interpreted as it was later on in history, led to profound women, but the most important goddesses were black, not just for the African now in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey. The woman who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the Golden Fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a
Peace, family. Yo, thank you for joining us. Right? And I'm thrilled to announce the fact that we are now releasing our first free e-course. Come and learn about Geometry Journey, see some of the stuff we do. Come and join the tribe. Tribe up with us and check out the free e-course. We'll make sure that the URL pop up right about here. And it'll probably be somewhere in here. Check us out, family, because we are building. Come and learn about Geometry Journey, and let's build together.
Mbube is an acronym. Mind, Body, and Universal Balance Empowerment Institute. It is also Zulu. It means lion, of course. With that, we're working with resiliency. We're working with trauma-informed care. With all of the mind-body connections that we need to not only address so many of our ills, but also to heal from them. There's no one giant step that does it. It's a lot of little steps. Author unknown. How do you regulate? Yoga, meditation, and Mbube. Mind, Body, Universal Balance Empowerment. We're waiting for you. How do you regulate?
To have melanin embedded in our skin is a gift.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black? Too strong? Yeah.
We were born to be great.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black?
Born to be great.
This is Brother Itel. I'm on Gianni Journey today. First off, once again, all my broadcasts are powered by Oxy Water. I really want to thank all those that have been listening, a few of you that have been listening. And today, while I'm on the Player's Pyramid, which is one of my books, you can find it on CreateSpace.com. It's available on Amazon. It's available at Barnes & Nobles as well. Just look up Player's Pyramid. And one of the questions that often come to me is, how did you develop the process? How do we know that this works? Well, the process comes from my experiences in college. I mean, this is how old this is. I sat on this concept for a long time because of my personal fear. I talk about a lot of times, Some of us are excellent coaches, but horrible players. You know what I'm saying? And I happen to be one of those. I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm not to admit that I'm a much better coach sometimes than I am a player. But I'm still in the game. I have to get in the game because I'm tired of, in a sense, sitting on the sidelines. So I finally put the book down, typos and all, because I had people promise to look at it and go with it. I know what I'm trying to say, but it's kind of hard for an author to step back and look at his own work and edit it. So I had the book for years editing, so it's how it is. So I guess the way it's written shows me who's really paying attention, because those people who really are reading it, regardless, but they will slide me an email and say, hey, on this certain page here, you wrote this, maybe you meant this, and that will cause a conversation. So really, that is a tool to kind of help to see who really paying attention to what's being taught. Now, where did the process come from? How did it develop, and how do I start? I've been I developed the process, or better yet, let's say the process emerged, because I can't even take credit for it, because of course I'm using the Exposed and Nguza Saba, because I needed something that was familiar to everybody else, to everybody around me. When I was in college, one of the major issues that would always pop up is I had problems with writing papers, because in high school I never had to write any papers over probably 3 pages long. So in college, we get there, it'd be 8 pages. Unfortunately, I guess I could say fortunately, I never got to a class where I had to write a paper over 20 pages. But I needed to come up with some type of way of being able to write papers, because I could squeeze and eke them out, but it would be a painful, long process. I had a good going, but I didn't have the comfort or the confidence that I needed, so I needed to come up with a method. So I started exploring, and fortunately I was thrown into the Afrocentric rites of passage movement that we used to always talk about, along with history, was the principles that made our ancestors great, that helped them thrive, that helped them survive during the times they were struggling. And we really started going into these principles, the laws of Ma'at, the Nguza Saba that came on the scene much later. But when you look at the roots of the Nguza Saba, you see that these are truths by anybody. So I wanted to use something that was eternal. I wanted to come in a different way. So I created pyramid. Now, first I looked at Nguza Saba because they start with emotion. I'm like, well, damn, emotion is where I want to be. Is completion. Is oneness. It's that wholeness that is oneness, and that's where I essentially was trying to get to with my papers. So I said I can't start with emotion. You know what I'm saying? Because emoji is why we look at it. Let me look at the Nguza Saba from another angle. So I started going through all the principles, and I said, well, I don't want to expect the elder's work, Malana Karenga, by pulling the principles out of order. Something constructive. I'm quite sure the elder wouldn't mind, but I said I want to keep it intact. I want it so that the principle could still be learned, and they could be there would be no rising about how to use the principles or whatever. So what I did was I looked. I said, well, all right, cool. Let's look at this as a building. An emoji is the highest point of the building with foundation. So then, if we look at it in order, the foundation of that was faith or imani. I said, wow, when I think about it, yeah, because I got the information for the paper, but the major issue that I'm having with writing the paper is not information, because all the information is here. I'm at Ohio University, and at that time we didn't have Google, but Ohio State had one of the biggest and best libraries in the world. So my issue wasn't information. And what was at the root of my confidence? My lack of faith in myself to be able to do the paper, to be able to do the work. Now, so I flip the Nguzo Saba over and go up through the Nguzo Saba by first developing faith. My faith will fuel my creativity. My creativity will help me to be able to define my purpose. My purpose will help me pull together my personal resources and my external resources to being able to work my whole being together and work collectively to be the paper. You know what I'm saying? Pulling on my self-determination to get it done, and finally bringing all of the pieces together in unity with a complete. Being strange and being the way that I am, you know what I'm saying, enjoying life the way that I am, I always saw the bigger picture, this concept, and I'm saying, well, damn, this process, or this thing that I'm looking at here, is it could work not only to write it down, but it could work to start a business, to run a business. It could work to do a whole lot of things if the process is followed. If I trust the process. Because the process, you know what I'm saying? If I trust the process. So I really start looking at it. So I said, oh my God. And I start relating it back through my life. And I start looking at my life as I have been using this process unconsciously throughout my life. Now, let's go to some of these principles, and because some of the things I was thinking about. This is, for those who just tuning in, talking about the Players Pyramid. This is my my book. Now, I started thinking about, I've seen some of these principles, and I want y'all to really understand. When I was coming out, there was no thousands of channels like now. Let's just say hundreds. I don't want to over-exaggerate. But there was no hundreds of channels, and cartoons wasn't on all day. So cartoons was a rarity. So when I really saw a cartoon, I sat down, and I really enjoyed it because there was no VCR for me to rewatch the show when I was little. I really had to get out of the cartoon what was there at the beginning. Same, now with comic books was a little bit different. It was a little bit more work, but I could read through. You're like, what this got to do with it? All right, now, because I was thinking like, as far as putting a team together, superheroes. Whenever I looked at the superhero stories, I saw the shows that I was watching, a lot of times, dealt with a superhero that had to go through a process as I put together. When we look at the beginning of Spider-Man had to develop a faith in himself, being creative. Out of that creativity of him mastering his skill came his purpose, and we could go on and on. We could go through all the superheroes, and we could see this process, this journey that we talk about. The same process arises. You can see it emerging in different language, same process. You know what I'm saying? So now, then, as a hero took himself through all of the steps, and finally became a whole person, he would constantly have to go back of his pyramid or his principles, but he was a whole being. When he became whole as a hero, that's when he was invited, or that's when he ran into a group of individuals that was very similar to him, and they formed a unit. Now, in the cartoons, this was all the time. You know, and in my life, I saw the same thing. Whether we're talking about football, whether we're talking about, because a certain team was a group of individuals in the game that came together and played. And I was fortunate enough to play on championship teams, even though I sat on the bench the majority of the time. Well, I mean, that's a whole other story, you know. But I have to see how these championship teams were a group of individuals who were confident in their area. And all these just like the Avengers, just like the heroes came together to make the Avengers, just like the heroes came together to make the Justice League of America. Same story, following the same process. Now, for me personally, I saw it in sports, I saw it in dancing, when break dancing really was popular when I was young. You have individuals who would specialize at different moves. You had that one person that would master the popping. You had that one person that mastered the uprock. You had that one person that mastered the suicide. You had that one person that mastered the moves. And those people would come together and form a group. Now, in cartoons, in the cartoon sense, when I was young, you would see the same process with the heroes on TV that we couldn't rewind and watch. You would see the same process with Voltron. You see the same process with, I know the Power Rangers. You see, because you'll have those individuals come together and they will form a whole right in front of your eyes on TV and be better than any now. But the point was, those individuals who came together as part of that team had to be whole as a person. They had to be whole in their skill. They had to master it. And that's basically what the Players Pyramid, the bottom line, the underlying theme of the Players Pyramid towards mastery, in whatever skill you are trying to pursue. You're trying to become whole in it. Whole as in mastering that skill, mastering yourself so that you can become the best person that you possibly can. You know, I appreciate all those who have bought the book, and some of you that are making those that are making comments. I appreciate those who just bought my book or got my book somehow and just letting it collect dust. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. I know it works because I've seen it work in my own life. It helped me through college as far as writing papers. It helped me as far as setting up organizations for short term or even some for long term. So with that, hold on. I had to switch gears. With that, this is Brother Howard. Thank you for your time and your patience. And, of course, this is powered by Oxy Water. And also, this is a long commercial for my book, The Play. Peace. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm just off of mile 3. I did a mile 3, and the thought hit me while I was at the end of my broadcast because I started talking about Cleve. So, you know, I just moved to GNJMedia because I was done with mile 3, and I thought it was a good lesson to come out of the conversation because, of course, you know, some myths and some stories started popping in my head when I ran across this part. And the first thing that I need to do is I need to apologize to all of my warriors. I need to apologize to all those that are in training right now. I want you to hear this from me because I have let a very powerful secret go. So I have to add something to each of your training that I think will give you the power you need. Now, first things first, let's get into the thing that I hit because my battery is low and it's going to be shutting off on me in a second. First things first, magic words. I was working with Cleve today on the GNJMedia pledge because every morning I have him get up and say the pledge, I say the pledge, and sometimes when he forget, we say the pledge together. And I show him I got it by memory. And today on his radio show, I had him cover the part of the pledge that he remembered, and very strangely, he didn't remember the part that I thought he would remember, or at least he didn't say the part that I thought he had memorized. The part that he said was, I will use my hands, I pledge to use my hands to build a better world for myself, my loved ones, and my community. And I started thinking about that. First off, I was impressed by my son, and I have to let him know that as often as I can, because I'm very quick to let him know when I'm disappointed, and I'm trying to be as quick to let him know when I am proud or inspired by him. So maybe that's something that some of y'all can take away. And as men, we need to remind ourselves about that, because right now in this world they just got us dispensing discipline, or that's the role we're supposed to play, but that's not the only role that we need to be playing as men. We also need to be nurturers, and we need to nurture the behaviors or promote or whatever you want to call. We must what it is we must do to make sure that we salute the behaviors that we do want. But anyway, back to the magic words. Cleveland remembered this pledge, or part of this pledge, and I got certain men that are in training, warrior training now, that's learning the pledge. Now this is what I did wrong. I didn't really recognize the power of magic words and the thing that makes the magic. Now, we done talked about magic, and I'll get off into that on another CD a little bit more, and if anybody wants some more, and we can have a discussion about it, y'all got all my information, hit me up. Well, anyway, one of the things that I noticed about a lot of these magic pieces is that magic was something that was very secret. Only a select group of people was able to get it. So the magic words were passed from one master magician to his student, mouth to ear. Most of the times it wasn't written down. Now they could write down a bunch of the other stuff, but the real secrets were passed down from mouth to ear. And the one thing that I don't think that I neglected was to understand the power of secrets, because I took the pledge and I put it out there. Now I put it out there in a certain way in the public that's a little bit different than in private. All right, but there's something that's missing that's very important. But I'm gonna add some more in there that's missing that needs to be passed from everybody that's using it to those that's not, that are in a sense becoming initiated into using it. We got to have our little secrets in there, because for some reason secrets generate power. I ain't gonna say for some reason. Secrets generate power because they are cherished and they are taken care of. They are looked at as, in a sense, living things, living ideas that are shared by a select group of individuals. And it's that select group of individuals who take care of these words and cherish these words and empower these words with their life force and their belief and their personal ashe. They power these words up, and these words are able to make magic. Now, what started coming to my mind immediately was that at one point in time in my studies, I found out that ancient Egypt's name, or what we call ancient Egypt, wasn't even the name that the people called it. They called it Kemet. And you will always see Kemet spelled K-E-K-M-T. K-M-T. And I was like, the hell? You know, that ain't a word. That's, you know what I'm saying? You know, and then as I started getting to my so-called spiritual studies, I started looking, and I would see the name of God would be YVHW or YWHW or YVHV, Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? What? That's not a word. Why are they doing this? So I read in the esoteric text that often people would take, or often magicians or those in power who understood the power of words would take out the vowels out of words that was important, because they believed that the vowels were the soul of the word, and everybody didn't have to have or shouldn't have access to the power of the soul of the word, because they was able to control or understand the soul of the word. They could control the word, so they removed the vowels. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, wow, that's kind of deep. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at that, and it's the secret of the words. I mean, it was keeping that word secret, but putting it out there, because, like, for example, the name Yahweh.
Now we just freely say it. People freely say Yahweh, but at one point in time, Yahweh was only allowed to be said one time a year by the high priest. I mean, I really want you to think about this. You got this word for this thing that you worship. The name of it can only be spoken by the high priest of your nation once a year, right? Now that's a lot of power being generated. You know what I'm saying? From a secret word. So I'm like, wow. You know, I'm kind of robbing my young brothers of some of the power that these words that they speak as far as this pledge. I'm kind of robbing them by making it public for everybody to get. But I honestly believe that what we got can work for everybody. But I think each individual need to add something private to their pledge. And if they can't do it, some of us that are in the know need to help them add some private things that they create themselves or that you pass on to them to kind of give what they're saying, right? To give it power. Because these words, man, I mean, we just freely speak them out now, but all these words, in a sense, are living things, and we already spoke about the power of meanings and ideas, and how these words inspire ideas, and if they inspire ideas, they're, in a sense, living things. The ideas are living things. So when you speak these words, when you speak the Gianni pledge, or you speak the prayer that Jesus left for his followers, or you're speaking ideas that are alive, that if truly adhered to and truly understood and truly nurtured are able to help make changes in your life. Now my battery is about to go dead, so I'm going to go and finish this out and just say, all we need to remember the power of keeping something secret, keeping it sacred. And then we also need to be able to have those things and make them usable in our lives. You know what I'm saying? So when we give our students or our kids something to remember or something to say, we need to also challenge them to come up with something very personal and private for themselves that they need to say on a daily basis along with what we give them. So I'm going to add that to all my warriors' peace. For all my warriors who are going through the process, I'm going to add that to them. They're going to create that. So with that, I say peace. This is Brother Hatim, and thank you. About emergence. Emergence isn't about luck. Emergence is about people or things applying little cycles or little systems over and over and over again, making it possible for something to emerge. So when the lesson that we want our personal pyramids of success, when we build in our lives, we must realize that it's done step by step. And when we are tired, we got to start coming up with little clever things or clever ways or clever sayings that we chant to ourselves to get us to keep moving. You know what I'm saying? The thing I always tell myself is just one more step. I know, I was telling myself more. Peace. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm on the Gianni journey here. And I'm not doing this one live. I'm recording this one. I don't know what's up with my live feed, but I kind of like the podcast idea as well because it give me time to sometime erase. But it's cool. I like talking. But this one is entitled
Tales for Our Children. I've been reading a book, or reviewing a book, once again, that I read years ago called The Barren Son. And I wanted to review it so that I can get my mind ready for some new business ventures that are coming my way. I feel them coming, so I want to make sure my mind is right and I'm in the right place for them. But as I was reading the book and I started reviewing a lot of stuff, those of you that have been listening to GNJMedia Journey, I always talk about telling your story. And I not only want to stress the importance of telling your personal story, but also telling your children the stories of your family, true and made up, parables and folk tales and legends, so that they can hear it from your mouth, and it go from your mouth to their ears, and them stories will stick with them, especially if they have morals and lessons to them, and it'll stick with them, and they will grow up with a wisdom beyond anything that anyone else can put in them. It'll give them information that they will not be able to get in a classroom. What made me think about this was reading the tale out of The Barren Son, and then thinking about my son and some of the issues and struggles that I'm having with him right now. And I started thinking about what other stories could I tell him, because I definitely told him the story of the one nail, how our family lost our legacy because of one nail, a parable that I adapted, and I also told him about some tales that I'm creating for him right now, one called Cephas the Sucker. Also told him about Giame, the tale of G. I believe these stories are important because they give your children a template to measure themselves against. It also gives them a background to measure some of the lessons that's coming from some of the cartoons and some of the TV shows that they are watching right now, today. If we don't tell our children these tales, they will find tales that may not be healthy for them to emulate, may not be healthy for them to even hear, and may not process some of them right. So we need to take the time to start making sure that our sons and daughters start receiving lessons and parables and proverbs and stories and folk tales from our mouths, not just giving them papers to read, but telling the stories with emotions and telling the stories like they belong to you. Because the stories, in a sense, do belong to you once you allow them to leave your mouth and into someone's ears. I remember one time I had a brother as an assignment tell the story of G to some young people and some adults around a campfire, and the way the brother presented the tale was so personal and so beautiful that the story stuck with the young people and some of the adults that was sitting around the campfire. So I'm at this point in time thinking about some other stories to add to my next book on storytelling, specifically for my son and my daughter, so that they can learn about their family line. If you don't know nothing about your family, then create some stuff about your family. You know what I'm saying? Create it, and create it with the lessons that you want your child to get. And believe you me, that it will be layered. And what I mean by layered, I want to explain that concept. with a lot of folk tales and a lot of stories and a lot of myths that I read, I'm noticing that they're layered, because you'll tell a story to an individual and they'll get the story, but they'll get the story on the level of where they are. And layered means that each time that somebody read it at a certain point in their development, they get something else out of the story that they need. Like when you read your favorite book, you might pick up something about that book, or when you see your favorite TV show over and over again because it's so intriguing that you got to watch it over and over again, you get a different lesson each time that you view it. So when I say layered, the stories that you tell will automatically have layers, and you will be surprised at some of the lessons that your children will pick up from. So go on and create some of the stories about yourself, about your family, about ancestors. Hell, make up some ancestors. Tell your children stories about. Give them a connection that's deeper than just reality. Allow them to be related to heroes that done incredible things, so that they feel in their heart. They might know that the story is not 100% true, but they will feel in their heart that they are related to these great individuals and strive to do great things as well. So that's the GNJMedia Journey podcast for the day. Tales to tell your children. What tales will you create? What tales will you rescue and bring back and change a little bit so that you can voice them directly to your children and write them down so that they can have them in the future? I started with my book so that, when I pass on, at least my kids and my grandkids will have something that I left them. Some stories made up, some stories adapted, but it won't matter to them where the stories came from. What will matter will be that the stories that they hear or they see was created or was brought to them by you with love, and they will get the lesson, they will get the wisdom. And sometimes when you feel that they might be going astray, some of these stories will stick with them and maybe save their life, maybe save you a lot of grief. So with that, this is Brother Hatim saying peace, and I want to thank those people that's listening. Remember that all my podcasts are powered by Oxy Water. I didn't run tonight, so I couldn't do a 3 mile. I couldn't do my 3 mile piece, but I wanted to share that information because I was thinking about a story as I was on my way home and thinking about my son. So, and maybe next time I have a story that's rolling around in my head for y'all. So with that, I say peace, and you have a good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, or whatever year you hearing this. Peace.
Get out of the old and get into the new at Dutro Ford Lincoln Nissan. When you drive one of our vehicles, you'll discover the thrill that only comes from driving a Dutro vehicle. Why buy at Dutro's Auto? We offer a great selection, quality reputation, and competitive pricing, and our customer satisfaction is second to none. Discover the thrill of driving a Dutro vehicle today. Dutro Ford Lincoln Nissan in Zanesville, Muskingum County's largest volume dealer. You will pay less and get more at Dutro.
Software engineers and data scientists make upwards of 6 figures a year, and Galvanize graduates get more jobs as mid to advanced level developers than any other coding bootcamp. Galvanize takes an outcomes-driven approach to teaching software engineering and data science, and with over 24,000 alumni worldwide, we're confident we can help you transition to a higher-paying career in just 13 weeks. Visit galvanize.com to learn more.
Peace. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm here on the GNJMedia Journey. I was riding. I had the opportunity to go chill with my grandfather today, and life is good.
And I was thinking earlier today, I was going to do this earlier, but the vibe is just now hitting me to do it. Of course, you know, this is sponsored by, well, not sponsored by, but it's powered by Oxy Water. Take me a sip before and after all my broadcasts, regardless of what show I'm on. But let's go and get down to brass tacks. I've been pondering on the power of stories for a very long time. This, of course, is a plug for my book, The Lost Art of Storytelling. And in that book, I wanted to discuss the power of stories and hopefully motivate anybody that read my book, give them the courage to pen their own stories, because the stories that we tell are very important. During a workshop, of course, you know, if I'm doing on stories, if I'm doing a talk on stories, I'm going to have a story to tell you. During a workshop with some of my young warriors, I asked the question, what is the most important story in the world? And after about a 20-minute discussion, we finally came to the conclusion that the most important story in the world is your individual story to you. For all of us, the most important story is the story that we are in the process of making. It is the story that we are in the midst of, and that's our life. Our life story is the most important story we will ever tell, that we will ever run into, that we will ever have the possibility of having any effect on this world. It's through our story. So I challenged the young men to kind of think about what their story was. If somebody was to sit down and to talk about their story, what would it be? What's the beginning? What's the middle? Where are we now? And how does your story end? You had the power to control and mold your story. And what I want to do with the Lost Art of Storytelling is let people know that you have this power over your life. You have this power to do this. But today, I was hit by the fact that, yes, the most important story that you have is your life, but the most important thing is not necessarily the story, right? It's how the story is told. For us, not only is our story the most important story, but the thing that sets this story apart, this thing that either empowers us or disempowers us, is how we tell the story. So how we tell the story and what's in the story is even more important than the story itself, because if I perceive that my life is terrible and that there is no lessons come in my life, and my story dictates the fact that every time something goes wrong, it's going to be horrible, and there's always going to be something to go wrong. If my story dictates that I'm always going to be faced with challenges and never any victories, and there's never no lessons that comes out of my story for me or for others, then yes, you're all right. You know what I'm saying? That your story may not be the most empowering story for you. It'll be the most weakening story. So what we need to do to enliven this power of our personal story is to learn to perceive our story and be able to pick out the things that we need to focus on. Yeah, we do need to focus on some of the struggles. We do need to focus on some of the bad. But we also need to be able to taste some victories and some strength. So I did a workshop for some adults one day, and I wanted to see what their perception of some stories were. So I put out an old school story. I didn't write this one. Of course, I'm going to rewrite it eventually, but I read them a story from an old book that all y'all remember. It's called Jack and the Beanstalk. Now, these people had paid some money, and some of them was upset. They're like, man, I paid money for this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a story workshop. You know, my organization paid money for this shit. Nigga, you up here telling a story about Jack and the Beanstalk. I read it through. You know, this was my workshop. Sit your ass down, get the lesson. All right? So people sitting down. So I get to the end, and hopefully everybody out there's familiar with this story, Jack and the Beanstalk. So I say, what is the lesson in the story? Well, first off, don't get no magic beans. Like, wow, okay. So, so we start running through all the different scenarios and all the different lessons that came out. And then eventually the things that emerged were, by looking at the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, first off, we got an opportunity to talk about layering, because these stories are so powerful that they give people different lessons at different levels. You know what I'm saying? That's where you know you got a good story, because you get something different out of it at each phase of your life. And different people were able to pull different things out of Jack and the Beanstalk because they was in a different place in their life. So one of the things that emerged was the power of the 3 seeds, the 3 magic beans that Jack traded the cow for. We'll get back to the trading of the cow and what the cow represents. But the beans, we had a whole bunch of different things that people finally came up and said, hey, them beans represented this. Now, but one of the most powerful was that those beans represented Jack's thoughts. Jack's thoughts that took him outside of poverty. Because I don't know if you remember the story, Jack was sent to the market because the family was hungry. So somebody in there, I don't remember who it was, but out of the group, the idea of the magic beans, what the magic beans, like the beans you eat, what the magic beans in that story represented was Jack's ability to think different thoughts that took him into another world that eventually gave him treasure. This other world, these new ideas, gave him access to a treasure, and the only thing he had to combat was the giant, which was a representation of his fear. Now, all this came out of a workshop that people was complaining about because I had the audacity to pull out old story. But what I wanted them to understand, and what I want you to understand is this. In these stories, especially our stories, there are lessons, and we have to be able to focus to get them out. We got to be able to focus our minds to be able to get them out. We got to be able to challenge our ego. Like, I'm above Brother Rabbit Tales, because I love Brother Rabbit Tales. I love old folk tales and stuff. We're above these lessons, but these lessons encompass the wisdom of our ancestors. And if we are going to expose ourselves and expose our children to this wisdom, we got to be willing to get it, and second, we got to be willing to discuss it, because that's where the lessons come out of. Jack and the Beanstalk would have just been Jack and the Beanstalk for a lot of those people in that room if I had never covered it. But Jack and the Beanstalk not only is something different for them now, they not only see it differently now we as a group share something. I can say that those people that I had that experience with, became part of a tribe, part of a secret group that has this secret knowledge of these beings that Jack carried. So every time one of us may hear the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, we may get a go. Deep, ain't it? Now, next piece is this. What stories are your children coming up on? And are you discussing them? What I did with another group of young people one time was I wanted to show them that stories, what we call stories, myths and fables and these useless things supposedly that the society teaches that they are, these stories, these myths are some of the number one money makers in our culture that can provide our kids with jobs in the future. What do you mean, Hatim? How's a fucking folktale gonna feed my family? All right. Let's look at one of the number one grossing movies. Hell, let's look at movies. What are movies? Movies are nothing but stories in motion. That's it. Songs are nothing but stories in motion. Even if it's a depraved story, you know what I'm saying? It's emotion, it's a story in motion. So let's be clear. These stories, these little simple things fuel a whole part of our economy. I remember one time, and I probably mentioned this to y'all before, I was watching The Sopranos, and what was crazy was that one day, Tony Soprano had a meeting with his little crew, and people weren't making money in the way they were supposed to be making money. And Tony wanted to remind them of the reality of the fact is that you better get me my motherfucking money, or they're going to find you in the ditch. So he had his counselor tell them, tell them, what are the two things that did not suffer in a recession? He said the first thing was entertainment, the second was this thing of ours. We don't suffer this thing of ours, this little crime thing we got going on, don't suffer during a recession, and neither does entertainment. So if we want our children to be consistently employed, we need to get them in the storytelling, story making, and story building fields. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully you're intelligent enough to see all of the needs that go into developing stories. Some of the ideas, some of the things that's needed for us developing the stories. You need people that can construct the stories. You need people that can show the stories. You need people who can build the scenes for the stories. You know what I'm saying? And another piece that I want to stress to you is this. Some of the number one grossing movies are not original ideas. When we look at the whole concept of Star Wars, or we look at the idea of Dune, or we look at the idea of Harry Potter, when we look at these ideas, those stories are built upon old stories. Old stories. So the question I have is, what stories are you discussing with your children? Because the stories set up help them establish themselves in their lives. They understand the importance of stories, and they understand that in their story they are the hero and the villain. And they can decide where the story goes. When you start teaching your children how to understand stories, they start understanding that they have the power over their own story. Let's be clear. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it all the way real. You know what I'm saying? We neglect our children. We neglect our children. It just isn't enough for you to sit down and just watch a movie with them. It's not enough for you just to spend some time with them and take them to amusement parks. We got to get down to the core thing of culture, the thing that hold culture, the things that hold families, and the things that hold people together are the stories. Most of us, any relationship we have in our life are built on stories that we tell or stories that we are making in those relationships. Every relationship has a story. Every relationship is built on the story. Every culture, every nation, every country, every city is built upon a story. This story holds these things together, holds the different aspects of something together, the different aspects of your relationships together. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be clear that when we start telling stories and we start discussing stories with our children, we empower them. We give them power over their lives. So when I watch the Thundercats with my son, and they have a whole new series that I used to watch when I was young that now I can share with my son. I can sit down, and when they come up with these lessons, I can make sure that he's getting the message from the lesson. When he sits up there and he's watching the Young Justice with me, is he getting a lesson out of Young Justice? He might not be able to get the lesson that I'm getting, but I need to be clear on what lesson he's getting from it. You know what I'm saying? And I need to be clear what lesson he's getting from what he's watching, what he likes. What is the story? Because these are nothing but old, remade tales from the past with different clothing and different characters. But when you look at it, the basic building blocks of a story are there. Now, one of the stories I often tell my son, I told it to y'all before, is I'm bold enough to go and I will steal some shit in a second. I have no problem with it. No problem with it, because I want my son to be connected with his family. And one of the tales I tell my son is this tale. I call it the tale of one nail. And you know, most of y'all know this story. A lot of y'all that follow stories or know about stories know this story, because the story is about how one nail lost the battle. But I tell him that this story is from our family, and our family ruled a large piece of land, or we was part of a ruling family, ruling code. We were shot callers in a nation, and this nation fell because of small things. And that one small thing that caused the nation to fall was a nail. So now he get the idea about small things, but he's not able really to put it into perspective. He know the story now, but as he get older and he's going to be able to reflect, he's going to remember the importance of taking care of the small things, handling the small things in business, because that's where shit fall apart. That's the lesson I'm trying to get to him, and I connect this story to him. This is your story. You know what I'm saying? As we get older, you know what I'm saying? So instead of me giving him Santa Claus, I'm giving him false tales that he's going to be able to get a lesson from, I believe, and he's going to be able to make sense out of, and he's going to be able to use later in his life, in his business dealings, in his school dealing, and whatever type of thing he's going to get into. He's going to be able to use these lessons. So, that's that. I done went off a little bit, and I enjoyed myself, and I'd like to thank you for your time. And what I want to do now is, one, send shots out to Oxy Water. Also remember the Shisha Lounge and the Gypsy Lounge will allow me to record my stuff and look like I'm talking to myself and not throw me out. So with that, this is Brother Hot Tim. I'm saying peace. Check out my book, Lost Art of Storytelling. Learn to tell your stories, learn to change stories, learn to write stories, learn to share your story, because you know how your story will help somebody else. Check out my book, Players Pyramid. Of course, follow my radio show. Also, check out my blog, GNJMedia.blogspot.com. Also, join me on my 360-mile quest. I call it my Quest Challenge. Check it out. You can read about it on my blog. And with that, I say peace. Peace. Welcome to GNJMedia Journey. I have to be honest. I originally wanted to do this show on mile 3, and I tried to do it this morning, but somehow it got messed up. And since I didn't run again and put in another 3 miles, I couldn't do on mile 3. So I construct this one for the GNJMedia Journey. So I would like to welcome everybody to GNJMedia Journey radio show, and also let you know that it's powered by Oxy Water as well. I'm hoping that you have been enjoying the recordings. Be sure to check out my books so that you get a better understanding. So I have a book called Players Pyramid, also one, The Lost Art of Storytelling. Today's short talk will be on the center of the universe. Here we go. I'm thinking, or actually I was thinking this morning on my run about being centered, being at one with the universe. I mean, the name universe means one, which is really a poet's dream. You know what I'm saying? One verse. It takes us 1,000 words as a poet to come up with a dope poem, or maybe it's only a few words, but the Creator made all of this beautiful manifestation that we call the universe. This is one verse in the poem of the Creator. That's hot. That emoji force that we talk about in GNJMedia, that one force. And what I wanted to cover today was being the center, or finding the center of the universe. Now, a constantly expanding universe that's expanding supposedly in all directions at the exact same speed. This means that the center of the universe changes. Which makes it kind of hard, or could make it hard to find it if you was truly trying to locate the center universe. But let's go on, let's get metaphysical about this whole piece. All right? Now, and even before we get there, let's do a little psychology. A lot of us honestly think that we got good reason to believe that. First off, as children, we were the center of our family's universe. Most of us that were blessed to have parents that took to our every need. When I wanted food, I just cried. When I needed to be changed, someone would change. So I became the center, and I was used to being the center. Most of us, as you get older, we find that, well, yeah, we might not be the center of the wider universe, but in my family, I'm the center of that. But then as human beings, we are the center of the universe because everything else in the universe supposedly rotates around us. Everything matters matters what we do as human beings. So it has been, in a sense, bred into us, individuals, in some setting, the center of the universe, and as a group, we are the center of the universe. Now, the problem with how the ego allows us, that ego, edging God out, I want you to really look at this. There's nothing wrong with thinking that you are the center of the universe, but the problem with ego-centeredness, the ego-centeredness of being center of the universe, the problem with it is very, very basic. This is the problem. The egocentric view of you being at the center of the universe, not enough room for other centers of the universe. What? That means that you as an ego-centered individual, and we have a group called humanity, or as Africans or as Europeans, we thinking that we are the center of the universe from an egocentric standpoint, not leave room for anyone else to even be in our universe. We have the audacity to believe that we are the most important and we are the only else does not matter. So I will mow down everything that gets in my way, everything that threatens my centeredness as my idea, or the fact that I believe that I'm the center of the universe. I will mow down and I will destroy. When we become the center of the universe using ego, it is a very dangerous position, because now we, in reality, in a sense, we become like a black hole and we start warping the reality around us. We start warping it. Our mind is so powerful that we start warping so that where we are, we actually start to believe, we start to feel, we start to act as if we are the center of the universe, when in fact, we're right. But in the way we're doing it, we're wrong. See, because if the universe is expanding in all directions at the same time, we don't even know where this started at, or where this expansion began at. So that means that there's a possibility that there are multiple centers of the universe. Now, when we come from a spiritual or a true self-centered idea of us being at the center of the universe, this gives room and permission. For the matter of fact, you can look around you and see that all life, because we are all connected, are the center of the universe. They share this center with you, and you graciously share with them. As a matter of fact, you carry yourself in a different way. You allow others to exist. You allow possibilities for new life to be found. You leave possibilities that there may be more advanced out there than yourself. You even leave room for the fact that there may be higher things than yourself. We might be looking at some of them. You know what I'm saying? But when we start talking about or looking for the center of the universe, we need to realize that we are it. But we need to divorce our ego from that. We need to move our ego outside of that so that we really become the center of the universe. Because now, the reason I'm dealing with this right now, because in Capoeira, in Aikido, in worship, as your ego come in there, you are eligible to receive a kick. You are eligible to be flipped. You are eligible to be pushed down. You are totally discombobulated so that you will lose, or you will not find a lesson in whatever you are worshiping with. So when we really develop in ourselves and we start looking at what it means to be the center of the universe, We take on a different we take on a new responsibility. We take on a new sacrifices, because we have to put our ego on the altar of reality, and we have to strike it down so that we can grow into ego. Really, when it comes down to it, is what people have told us we were, or what people have demonstrated we were. And regardless of whether the ego is haughty or lowly, it still becomes a problem when we start dealing with becoming a sinner, because it blocks everything. To my radio show called Why Self Mastery, where I talk about the self, and I talk about the age of the self. This thing called the self that we don't even, we talk about exploring deep space and exploring the depths of the sea, but those depths and those is minimal compared to what we could discover when we really start looking at truly what is the self as to everything. As I sit out here outside right now doing the Geometry Journey, I'm surrounded in the parking lot by trees, and I'm thinking about the connection between me and the trees, and the connection between me and the connection between the air that I breathe, and the connection between me and the clouds that's going over my head, and the connection to the tar that's laying on the ground. And that's when I truly become the center of the universe. All right, now this has been Brother Tim. If you have any comments or any questions, feel free to hit me up. I'd like to thank you for your time. If you're listening live, leave some comments. I'll get them. I can't get them on my phone directly, but they'll come straight to my email. I don't know that people out there listening, but even if you're not, and if you are listening, I would suggest that you get your own radio show. Share your ideas. Don't hide your light up under a bushel. It ain't benefiting nobody. So this has been Brother Tim. Of course, this is powered by Oxy Water. Y'all have a good day. Peace.
Get out of the old and get into the new at Dutro Ford Lincoln Nissan. When you drive one of our vehicles, you'll discover the thrill that only comes from driving a Dutro vehicle. Why buy at Dutro's Auto? We offer a great selection, quality reputation, and competitive pricing, and our customer satisfaction is second to none. Discover the thrill of driving a Dutro vehicle today. Dutro Ford Lincoln Nissan in Zanesville, Muskingum County's largest volume dealer. You will pay less and get more at Dutro.
Peace, this is Brother Tim. I'm on the Geometry Journey. I'm opening up today's show. Of course, it's sponsored by Oxy Water, or powered by Oxy Water, but today I'm exploring family roots and the importance of family roots. It's always important to know where you come from, so that you in a sense, can have a good idea of where you're going. And also just to answer some of those questions about yourself, health-wise, spiritual-wise, mental-wise. So what I'm going to do today is set the example and do some research on my family, but it just so happened that my whole family down south is getting together for the funeral of a cousin and an uncle. We had two funerals this week in May, first weekend in May 2012. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to track down some of my aunts and uncles, because it's kind of hard to get them all in one place. So let me be clear, this is not my mother's brothers and sisters, this is my grandfather's brothers and sisters. So I'm going to track something down. You probably hear part 1 or part 2. So I'm sitting up here. My Aunt Punch, but she on the phone.
Oh, no, they didn't take the credit. They didn't take the credit.
Mom Boosie watch TV.
No, they out there.
So.
They out there where Boosie? Boosie, they out
All right. So I'm going to start with my Punch. I'm sitting here with my Punch right now. And I'm putting this on so that
we can have some pieces of our family puzzle. And if you could you tell me a little bit what you know about this?
All I know is Mama was born in Barnwell, South Carolina in 1906.
What was her name?
Rosa Lee Tilly.
Okay.
I think maybe one child might have been born there, but my sister Boots who was born there. Bird is younger than me, but she knows more about stuff than I do.
I'm gonna get her. I got 3 of y'all in the room.
Right.
What I'm doing is I'm interviewing for the family because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post this on the internet so that anybody can get it. What I'm trying to do is get as much of the family history down as possible.
So people will respond to
right. Not just respond to it, but if we start getting the information, because all of us got a little bit of information. You know what I'm saying? All the elders got a little bit of information. But if we start compiling, and if I get y'all in the room together, y'all might start remembering more stuff.
South Carolina, just Cleveland. Okay.
So that means Uncle Junior was there too.
No.
He wasn't there?
He wasn't born in Carolina. Cleveland, the only child that Mama had that was born in South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know that much.
Okay.
And when you go on Facebook and you see,
well, hold on. Who this?
on Facebook, I can't remember her first name, but last name is Tronic.
Tronic?
Look. It starts with an L, Tronic. That's cute though.
Okay.
And she's in Boswell.
Okay, but
her daddy is, I think her daddy, her daddy's granddaddy was Uncle Charlie, Mama's brother.
Mama had a brother also named Charlie Trotty. And what was Uncle we went to Maryland to visit on the train? James. And what was Uncle James' last name, Boosie? Me and you were 2 and 4. Okay. And I know okay, and Uncle Charlie had twin daughters. I think one of them is still living, named Barbara and Bobby. And they lived in Barnwell.
Okay.
You
told me a story about
the information that I got from the book.
Right.
And that was that we went back to, I think it might have been Rosalie Tilly's great-grandmother, which her name is Angelina Tilly. Angelina. Her middle name is Angelina.
She pointed at my aunt sis.
Yes, the older sister. And according to the information we gathered in the background, Angeline Tilly purchased this slave that was a good-looking man, and
she was Native American?
She was an Indian.
Okay.
She was Indian, Cherokee Indian.
Okay.
She purchased this slave from the Dunbar Plantation in Barnwell, South Carolina.
Dunbar Plantation, all right.
Right. She married him, and she gave him her last name because she didn't want him to have the slave master's name.
And her last name was?
Tilly.
Tilly, okay.
She taught him, she educated him with the Holy Bible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
They had one son, and his name was James. James Tilly. The first one. And then the second son, he died at an early age. They lost him at an early age. But then they did have other children. I'm not sure their names. But Charlie has grandchildren and great-grandchildren in Barnesville now. And on Facebook, look up her name, Charlie. Trenda or something, I can't remember her first name, but I actually talked to her.
Me and your age.
I can't remember her name.
Hold on.
But her daddy was a child. Her daddy was
This man in Barnwell named Herman Brown. That he had he could give us a lot of information. I repeat, his name is Herman Brown. Hold on, sir. Let me see this, please. when we came over there. Okay, in 2008, Herman Brown was at that time age 65. And our cousin told us that he could give us a lot of information. But Burtis and I had to get back to Aiken, South Carolina, and didn't get a chance. We tried to call him, but we didn't get a chance to meet with Mr. Herman Brown.
Okay.
So I had a brother named after that name, too.
Right. And was, so if I'm correct, so we got Tilly, then you said Trolley, Brown.
Trotty. T-R-O-T-T-I-E.
Granddaddy? Because Granddaddy said, Charlie was his granddaddy. He was my mother's brother.
So we got, and then we said Barnesville, South Carolina. Alright. So now how does Florida connection get in this? We hear about Georgia.
My mama purchased her house in Florida, and when she married.
Here in Kissimmee?
Look where mama got married in Barnesville. Jack, I know that.
Okay.
And I know she purchased the house in 1945.
Okay.
But you got to realize 45. You got me. You got.
Hold on. You said she ran away and got married. And she was she a Tilly?
She was a Tilly, and she married. What's her name? Huh? Mama, what was she married? Huh? Oh, you remember her?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, Cade, Bennett, Bradley, Brown, and if you talk to my brother, Jack, he can give you all the names.
Okay.
She said she goes to the family reunion of the Cage every year. Like 20 hours.
Right.
See, their mother was our relative.
Okay.
He can give you a lot of information too, but Ruby can.
Cave like C-A-V-E-A-D-E. Okay.
And when my mother was a little girl, her mother passed away. That's how she ended up in Florida.
Okay.
With her mother's sister, Aunt Honey. What was Aunt Honey's name? Anna Wade. Anna Cade. Aunt Honey was Cade.
Grandma was a Cade. Grandma was a Cade.
Right.
Grandma, what was her name? You talking
My grandma. And look at Angelina married a Cade because Angelina and Aunt Honey were sisters.
Right.
Okay, Father Lockett, his name was Cade. He was a brother.
Right.
He was a brother. Lockett was Aunt Honey
and Larkin and
yeah, they were brother and sister.
right.
And their last name, their name was Cade. And Mudd.
Oh, and Mudd, yeah. And Mudd, who resided in Augusta. But Mama came to Florida, where we call her Aunt Honey, but her name was Anna Wade, W-A-D-E.
Okay.
And she raised my mama. My mama married from her house.
Okay.
In other words, not at her house, but she married from there. You're right.
Grandmother died, and Mama came to stay with that sister.
Right.
Okay.
And, Aunt Mudd and Aunt Honey,
Married me to the lady.
Uncle Martin. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he had a different
Yeah. Who? Martin
Yeah.
Oh,
that's another name.
Yeah, that's another name.
Uncle Martin and Aunt Honey and Aunt Mudd were brothers, and Lock and Cade were sisters and brothers. Uncle Martin
Let me stay back out here on Farmway. And my mama. Yeah, still my mama. Yeah.
So how did Brown get in it? How did Brown get in it?
Your great granddaddy. His name was Brown.
What? Herman or Miles?
Herman.
Okay.
When Mama married Herman, her name went to Brown.
Okay. All right.
Who was Anna Brown?
Well, now, people, when I spoke to him years ago.
He talking about Cleveland, Moses, brother.
Oh, yeah, Cleveland Brown. When I spoke to him, I said, tell me about the history. The only thing he told me was name. He told me Miles Brown. And he told me that the only name that he remembered for his grandmother was Miss Ann.
That's all they called her. Miss Ann.
Miss Ann. He told me it was
Miss Ann. They call her Miss Ann.
Miss Ann?
S-A-N-D. Miss Ann.
Even Mama called her. When Mama spoke of her, she called her Miss Ann.
Okay.
Yeah, my brother. I think he
Jack goes all up in there. Jack goes all up in there. Involved with it. Everybody crazy. Jack will take you everybody. Jack knows every last one of them.
All of them.
We went
from Bondwell to up there. Jack know them all.
Jack and they never
Well, no, listen. Yes, oh man.
So, that's cool. That's cool.
Jack told me that the jumping was late, and they went into lunch. Yeah. And Jeff said, well, my mama did. And I was there. Jeff said. His name was Jeff. I think Jeff was Roosevelt. It was Jack. You wouldn't need
Jack, but Jack,
everyone.
yeah, but Jack was driving the truck. He stopped to see all of them. So you need to talk to Emory Jack Brown.
Emory Jack Brown. All right, so
Uncle Jack.
So
what is that, man?
For everybody here right now, what are the names of all of the matriarchs and the patriarchs, everybody that's here, so that the kids know? Because I know Aunt Punch, but I don't know Aunt Punch's name. You know,
Harvey Etta Phillips. Harvey Etta Phillips. Roosevelt.
Okay.
Curtis Word.
And then William A. K.
Neely Ruth Phillips.
Okay.
Ruby Green.
Okay. And then we got, you mentioned Uncle Jack. That's
Emory Jack Brown.
Emory Jack Brown. Then we got who? Jesse Brown. Then we got, unfortunately Cleveland Brown couldn't be here. We got
Roberta Brown Adams.
Now, you was telling me about the name Angelina. Who all has the name Angelina?
Her middle name and one of Jack's daughters.
All right, Angelina, and that's from the woman that bought.
Great.
Right. My name is Angelina Kelly.
Okay. Is it Eddie Kelly left?
He was rich. That's right, I forgot to tell you that. Now. And when she saw that man, she had balling. I think it's some Tilly's in Barnwell, or maybe even in Augusta, but Jack would know.
Okay.
And you don't search on you don't find.
He's getting the name so he can search.
Yeah. I'm getting all
the names.
Getting all the
You don't want this.
Say it again.
Just like the girl on the same. So when they go back, the Chile name would be the one. Because that's what we have to put on our driver's license and everything to get everything. You know, like credit. You have to give your parents' name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was this?
Tilly, that's Mama before she married Brown.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to go in.
Concentrate on Tilly.
When the grandma died, we put the Tilly.
Facebook and reach out to these other people and try to get information.
Grandpa had other children. Grandpa was Rolling Stone.
Now, which one was this? Herman Brown?
No. Oh, this was Mama's daddy. That was my grandpa. That's how you got the Tillis and the Charlie. Some of them went in their mama's name, but Mama was married to him, so she went in. That side went in the Tillis. But Grandpa had other children. Grandpa probably, I think, with Mama's mama, Grandpa probably had, I think she said 16. And then he had about 16 more with the other lady. Yeah. So which one of y'all took out the great? I said, Grandpa had about 30-something kids. Jack. I never that in a hurry. Jack had 8. No, Jack got more than 8. He had more than 8. Jack had about 12. Almost 15.
The grandfather? Okay. And what was his name?
His name was Charlie.
Charlie, okay.
Now it's Trotty, T-R-T-T-I-E.
But she on Facebook, and like I say, her granddaddy is alive. And he said, when I talked with him, and I was telling about the reunion last year, he said that Uncle Charlie was his granddaddy. He's along with me. He said he was 62, and he said he had sugar, he didn't travel anymore. But I asked him, did he know Charlie? And he said, I said, this Charlie had 2 twin girls. He said, Barbara. I said, yeah, and Bobby. He said, yeah, and he told me one of them was dead. Yeah. And he said,
Jack told us one of them.
he said they were his aunties. He said they were his aunties. And I told him who I was and everything. He said, yeah. He said, Charlie was my grandfather. And I invited him to the reunion, but he said he didn't travel because of his health. And the girl I found on Facebook, is Liz, I think it's his daughter. Because she was going to send me an email and send me a telephone number. And when I called her, she called her dad and she told him what was going on and asked him could I call him. And he said, yeah, and I told him who I was. So I did talk with him on the phone. And he's right there. They still in Boswell. They both live in Boswell. And like I said, go on Facebook and put her name up there and search and come up and tell her who you are. You're related to the Tillis, and you would like to get some information. Because she has the court right there in town. She can go to that courthouse and dig up everything.
All right, thank you. So now the next mission is to find Uncle Jack and get the rest of it.
I got to show you that, baby.
Peace. This is Brother Hatem. I'm on the Gianni journey. I'm interviewing my Uncle Piggy. Now, he's an official cowboy. I want to have him describe it, then he's going to explain to us what cowboys do, because he's still maintaining a lifestyle that a lot of us thought no longer existed. But go ahead, Uncle Piggy, introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Jesse Brown, and I'm a cowboy.
Okay, what do cowboys do? Don't explain that for those people out there that don't know anything about what a cowboy does or what it is.
Yeah, we raise cattle, our livestock, for our beef purpose.
Okay.
Your steaks in the store and all, they come from us, you know. I take care of them from the time they're born to they're 1,000 pounds, and then we ship them.
You ship them. Now, do you round them up, put them in a truck, and then drive them to the slaughterhouse?
I do all that.
Wow. So I mean, now we're in Kissimmee. Is there a lot of land out here for ranching?
Yeah.
For real?
Down south.
Man.
Yeah.
So I mean, like for example, how many head of cattle would you work with in a day? I mean, because you got to round them up and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how many would you say in a day?
Yeah, last outfit I worked for, we had 1,000. So right now I take care of about 500.
Wow. By yourself, or is it more of them?
It's more also, but I don't look over them. I'm the crew.
Okay.
I'm the foreman, so
no.
I have to make sure it get done.
Now, with the rodeo stuff, type stuff, like the roping, and I mean, you have to do that sometimes?
Yeah.
I mean, why would you have to rope a cow? Sometimes they get rebellious and run away or something?
Yep.
Where they be trying to go?
And the dogs couldn't get along with them, so
hold on, the dogs?
Yeah.
Now, is it a special way you train the dogs in order to do this? Is it better? Is it a good type of dog to work with cattle?
Yeah.
What type of dog is the best dog for?
Cur dog. Yeah.
You said what?
A cur.
A cur dog? What's that? I never heard of that.
It's a mix between the hound and the bulldog.
Oh, okay.
And that's a cur dog.
And how you train a dog to be able to work with cattle?
Just by spending time.
Okay.
You know, you teach them things, them little things, and then they pick up on it.
So they're a nice sized dog, and they run out here and they help to keep the cows in line.
Yeah, grab him by the nose and put him to the ground. If you weigh 12 pounds.
Wait, so is that why they got the nose ring here?
Yeah.
So and the dog will grab the ring. You actually seen the dog grab a bull by the nose, and throw him down.
Yeah. That's the tendernest place on the cow's body. The nose.
Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. You need to take a video of that and put it on YouTube. Because you're telling me that a dog can just grab a bull by the nose. Little dog. A little bull, a little cow.
No, a little dog.
A little dog will grab the bull, a 1,000-pound bull.
45-pound dog to a 1,000-pound cow.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now let me ask you this: what's the longest in a day? How many, like, 'cause it ain't like you can work at like a 9-to-5 job. So sometimes do you be out for long periods of time, or how do y'all do that?
We used to go by the week.
Okay.
But since we got modern times, you know, things have changed a little bit. Now we spend more time on the road than we do together the cattle. You know, it's just traveling now. You know, just things that got so far out. Yeah.
Okay. So how big is the average ranch? I mean, because I imagine they eat a lot of grass and a lot of hay, so they got to be moving.
Yeah.
And for them to be strong and for the meat to be healthy, they have to move around.
Yeah.
So how big is a ranch?
Well, one ranch I worked on was 168,000 acres. When I was growing up, you know, and on through the years, we had 20,000 acres and on. People started settling out, so we scattered out right now. We got about, let's say about 1,000 acres here.
Okay.
1,000 acres there. You know, like that, yeah.
Now, let's go on into the history a little bit. How did you get into this way like being a cowboy?
Well, the man I used to stay with as a kid, 10 and 12 years old, it was that. He just come every afternoon. Once he got to know me, you know, let's go to the woods. And then he had some cattle, you know, and that's where I got started.
Okay, and you just fell in love with it and just stuck with it. And and by pursuing that, it kind of helped take care of your life.
All the time.
Wow. What's the longest you've been out with cattle, ever?
A week.
Okay. I mean, you would sleep out there with them?
All the time. A week.
Okay, where the dogs go when you leave? They just stay on the...
They be right there with me. Yeah. They be there.
I'd like to thank you, Uncle Jack. Uncle Jesse. Well, Uncle Piggy.
Yeah.
Let's keep it simple.
Yeah.
Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the information. I'm gonna listen to this. It's gonna be on air soon. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I could have did it live. All the technology is crazy. I could have did the show live, but I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna type your name in. I'm gonna put it up to the internet. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Now I'm trying to call the Black College. This is Willow High Tim. This is GNJMedia. I'm about to try to call the Black College, and I'm about to let y'all hear the message from this Black College. And people, we need to get our stuff together. Let's go ahead. So now I'm calling the number. We just need some information from the Black College. And we calling quality test time.
6007 is on the phone. Please leave a message after the tone or press 0 for assistance. Messages cannot be recorded at this time. To transfer to an attendant, please press 0.
We pressing 0. Oh, we might get through. We might get through.
That service is not available now. Please make another choice. Goodbye.
Kind of shit. Oh, hey, black people, we got to do better. You know what I'm saying? Now, that was a black college. I'm just trying to get some information because some of my kids talking about they want to go to a black college. Please, black colleges, get your shit together. This is Brother Hatim. I'll see you later. Peace.
At Encova Insurance, we're committed to leaving a lasting impression in all communities we serve. We support local causes that mirror the values and interests of our associates, agents, and policyholders. We partner with organizations that are dedicated to improving lives. We are committed to building something greater than ourselves, encircling our communities with strength and support. We are Encova Insurance. Learn more at Encova.com.
Time we go from somewhere, we'll do it live. But now, I'd like to welcome y'all to GNJMedia. Right now, I'm doing what's called Warriors class. Well, I mean, I guess we won't be able to do this in the summertime, but the next few times I'm gonna have to try to remember to turn the tape over. But right now, we're talking about a video that we saw, where the guy was talking about the education system, and y'all brought up some interesting points. And somebody was talking about something. Anybody remember the last point we was on?
We were talking about how the kindergartens, the kids pass the diabetic and the gene
the divergent genes, right?
Yeah.
But what started happening? What did he say? Y'all know what he meant when he says a longitudinal study. Y'all know what that means?
It's one cookie cutter type of mentality, right?
One at a time.
Well, actually, the test that they did or the study that they did covered kids from one point of their life to another point. So it covered their whole education life. And what did he say they noticed about this group of kids that they was testing? They tested 1,500 kindergartners, and 98% of them scored what? Genius. They was on the genius level as far as divergent thinking. Then what happened later on when they tested them again at about 5th grade?
It got 15%.
Right. So then as they got older, and they become less genius as they got more educated.
It's all because of the video games.
I think it's because of the creativity ugly. Because when you're little, you have a huge imagination. You know, as you're older, you start to lose that creativity.
Right. Why we start losing as we get older?
Because you focus your mind on certain other things.
Like what?
Well, video games, rap, TV.
But now check this out. I'm gonna say this. Now I'm not a big fan of video games, but I'm gonna say this. I thought it took a lot of imagination to overcome some of the games. Now, some of the stuff I'm not for, but for y'all to make it through some of the levels of those video games, I think you have to be pretty creative, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I have to be very creative when I play Devil May Cry because, everything in the game is hidden, so you have to actually look around and destroy things.
And you have to create. You got to come up with you got to come up with ways and strategies to overcome. And then y'all really get into the game. Now, the rap music and stuff, we get into that on a whole nother time, but some of y'all that want to be rappers, I imagine it.
With a flash of furious tongue, the clashes play like Cassius Hinkle. I land on them seas like abandoned islands, sending out SOS, some old shit you ain't heard before. Leave the 5th mark, you're soft as Birdman. I hit homers and run like OJ, spilling a Bronco on the highway. Boy, you lying MCs sure are dandy, so I cross-pollinate to make you daffy lying pussy. Wallowing in a field of crabgrass ass rappers, tell them to run, oh my God. Here comes Kid Law. Go tell your mama.
This is Brother Asaru, and you now listen to GNJMedia. Peace.
know who it is. It's Mr. Mythic.
Yeah, these niggas sick, man. Why did you lace a beat like this? Why did you lace a beat like this, for real? What was you thinking? I was thinking this.
Of life. Let's put it this way. I'm old enough to remember the story. You know what I'm saying? But I'm wise enough not to lie to y'all about the story. You understand? When I was young, it was actually a college education really made a big difference. It's almost a guarantee. Right now, I have had issues. I have had jobs only because of my degree. Right? But like I tell y'all, I'm not saying that education is not important. I'm not saying not to get a college degree. But what I am saying is that there's no longer any guarantees with a college degree. As a matter of fact, listen to the radio. Every morning when I turn on the radio, I ain't going to say every morning, but let's say 3 times out the week, listen to some of those conservative radio stations. I wake up to 6:10 every morning, and what I'm hearing is that they bring up the statistics of like 62% of all people that graduated from college last year are now unemployed. Graduating from college does not guarantee a job, Jimmy. So that means that in a sense, y'all going to have to fire up that little child imagination and start creating.
Create your own job.
Exactly. Create your own career. Huh?
Is it the same thing with drawing?
Drawing, what you mean? Yeah, drawing, yeah, it takes creativity. First off, you start copying, so you develop a discipline when you're doing that. But then when you start drawing things on your own, you have to pull it from somewhere. All right? You know what I'm saying? Now, speaking of the creativity, somebody tell me what the second step of the pyramid is. Kuumba. And what is Kuumba?
Creativity.
Now, what we hear now is that the system that we have right now is killing our creativity. But our creativity is a major thing that we need to survive. It's a major thing that we're going to need to survive in the coming era. Major. You know what I'm saying? Because we're going to have to be able to, in a sense, if we are going to continue being cool, we are going to have to be able to learn how to put food on each other's table. If you have a book, I got a book, you got a book, you got a lecture, you got an album, you know what I'm saying? We got to figure out ways and how we can help each other grow and help each other prosper. Because if he prosper, and you know he's been working with you all this time, he ain't going to look at you not prosper. People that rise usually hang with other people that's rising. People that's rich usually hang with other rich people. You want to change your life, change who you hang with. Or at least get your crew thinking about the world in a different way. Alright, so now, you gave them some homework. What's the homework you gave them? This is Brother Devin. Y'all go and introduce yourselves real quick so that they know.
This is what led. In the chapter about Kuumba, there was some different assignments that you all had. So one was dealing with visualizing something, taking a step into the kitchen, looking at it for about 10 seconds, and then going into another room and writing down everything that you remember seeing.
It's called building that memory. Huh? What's 3 levels of learning?
Intelligence of the mind.
Intelligence of the heart. Memorization, intelligence of the mind, and intelligence of the heart.
Say it again, say it right so that they get it.
Memorization, intelligence of the mind, and intelligence of the heart.
So now, with our creativity, one of the first things we want to do is spark up that memory, right? Because we build off of what we know. When it comes to creativity, we build off what we know. But now, the next part about creativity, what separates creativity from just doing things that we remember, is that with creativity, it takes heart. It takes the courage of a warrior. It takes that person looking for that adventure to jump off and do what other people have not done before. I mean, think about it. Think about all the people that's making money. They came up, they found something, they found a niche, they got into it, and they worked it until it produced. They might have failed a whole bunch of times.
Some of y'all, the dreams that's lying in your hearts, you're going to fail a whole bunch of times. But you can't give up. You can't let down your creativity and you take the job. I was Oprah, man. I've been watching y'all might need to get on that. Morgan Freeman said that one day he was working a job, and he had told everybody he wanted to be an actor, and he was working a job, but none of the acting stuff was coming through. And his boss had posted,
Wanted a piece, it's about to get ugly, about to get gully, full bottle of bubbly, headed for your scully, hop in the cuddy or
so, and he tries to apply for the job. The woman looked at him and said, Morgan, if you get an acting job, you're just going to jump up and leave. And refuse to give him the job. He really wanted to get the job. And the question he asked, he said, fate, or whatever you call it, whatever you call that higher power has plans for you. And he said, if he would have took that job, there's a good chance that he would have never quit. You know what jobs do to people? Y'all, I want y'all to know. Y'all know what jobs do to people? Huh? It enslaves you. When you work in a job saying people look at me, oh, I'm getting money. But think about this. Think about this. Think about this. When you start working a job, you start getting settled down, you start getting confident. That's why a lot of older men tell y'all, look, now's the time for you to travel. Now's the time for you to do as much as you can. Because right now, as free as y'all are now, this is as good as it gets. You know what I'm saying? This is as good as it gets. You see what I'm saying? Because look, y'all, I wish that we could have some type of vision or some type of experience where we could just implant something into you so that you can be forced into the future so that you can see how things is going to be. But dude, let me tell you, where else in life, what other age could you possibly be forced to go to a place where there's a majority of girls for 6 hours a day, get free meals, come home, be able to sit down and watch TV, and don't have to worry about bills at the end of the month? It don't get no better than this. Y'all, you said that. Y'all got the good life. But the piece that I'm saying to you, if you are not preparing yourself, use this time to prepare yourself because you're giving all this free time right now, right? If you are not preparing yourself for what it is you want to do, what's going to end up happening is you're going to be forced into a position to where you're going to do something for somebody else that they want you to do. And that's called a job. See, because the difference between a job and a career is this. In a job, you're working for someone else. You're doing what someone else wants you to do. I want y'all to go to Wendy's. I want y'all to look behind the counter at Wendy's. I want you to look and see how many of those people back there dreamed about working at Wendy's. This was their life goal. I wanted, now it may be one or two of them back there because they got higher goals. Look, I want to manage 3 or 4. But the majority of people, when you walk up to Wendy's, how may I help you?
That actually happened to me. That actually happened to me when I went to Wendy's. I walked up to the counter and they was like, how may I help you? You sound like a robot. Yeah. I was like,
because she said it 1,000 times, and this is not what she wants to do. And because y'all don't prepare yourselves for life, you know what you're going to get caught up in doing? Stuff that you do not want to do. At 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, y'all need to be thinking about and preparing yourself and mastering something so that when you get older, you do what you want. That's what this is all about. So y'all supposed to do it. How many of y'all did your homework?
I was
here.
I was not here. I was on.
Oh, you
I was on lockdown. I would have him out. He was here. I had him out. He was here. But he was in the cafeteria. And then he left, and then he came back.
So now I gave everybody books. I'm giving away the books for free. So y'all, I'm giving away the books for free. So as far as PDFs, I'm doing PDFs. So if y'all know people that y'all want to get, you know what I'm saying, they need books or whatever, let me know, and they all they got to do is email me. I'm going to give away the book for free. Because now I'm moving into a whole different business model, a whole different idea. Because so now, just what I need done. What we're going to do today, we just brushing on Kuumba, which is that creativity. And one of the reasons I wanted to show that video, or one of the reasons that emerged from that video, because I seen that video earlier today, and I was reminded, I said, damn, I wanted to show this to my kids. Y'all here for me, y'all go for me. Creativity. See the video. But what emerged from it was the concept of Kuumba, because we still on Kuumba right now. But one of the things I want to kind of review, if y'all could, open the book, and I want y'all to tell me the tools, the 7 tools, because in order to build the pyramid, the player's pyramid, we got to have the 7 tools. What are the tools? What's the first tool?
Have a clear idea.
Clear idea. We're going to review this on a clear idea about what you want in life, right? That's a tool. That helps lay the foundation. That helps put all the blocks and say, having a clear idea. What's the next tool?
Willing to sacrifice to reach my goal.
All right, willing to sacrifice. Sacrifice. Let me just put sacrifice. We know we got to be willing to sacrifice something in order to get what we like right now. How many of y'all willing to sacrifice your free time to become better at something? How many of y'all willing to sacrifice so that you become a master of something at a young age? You don't see it now. Let me show y'all something about mastery. What's crazy with mastery is not what y'all learning in school now. What y'all learning in school now is learning how to become good at something. Mastery happens like this. Quick rise, plateau, 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 plateau. Rise, plateau, 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 plateau. Rise, plateau, plateau. Oh, well, yeah, sometimes the plateaus do go down. See, rise. But the point I'm saying is, look, when you master something, there is no set end. The mastery is in the journey. The mastery is not a destination. Mastery is a journey. So it's something that you do for a long time, and you might not seem that you're making progress. You know what I'm saying? So you keep on working at it, and you work at it for years, and eventually every now and then you make a small breakthrough, but then you get right back on that plateau. So when we talk about mastering something, I'm talking about something that you set out that you're going to work on perfecting for the rest of your life. All right? So now, boom, we don't sacrifice. So you got to be willing to sacrifice your time for that. You got to be able to sacrifice things that you got to do, other things you got to do. Let it go. Let it go. What's the next tool?
See the end. See the end before you begin.
See the end before we begin. See the end. 4.
You know, to learn some things about the world and myself.
Be optimistic.
Chill. Be open. No ideas about world and yourself. Number 5.
No feedback. Only feedback.
Feedback. Seeing feedback. No failure. Just feedback. Every in a sense setback is an opportunity for you to learn something new and keep it moving. That goes right back up to being open to new ideas. I want y'all to really check out and see how many companies were made by, or how many great people were made from their mistakes or from their feedback from the world. I mean, you know, there's no success coming unless you got this feedback. Next.
Develop personal rituals that help you focus on your goals daily.
Rituals. Last one.
Have a mentor or
hero. Superman.
All right, so we got the 72s. We got the first step on the pyramid. It's fake. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Kuumba. I want y'all to go back to Kuumba when y'all get a chance and do some of the personal exercises. And then next time, because we got one more meeting before school is out. I don't know how we're going to do it while school is in.
My favorite
That's Marvel. That's Marvel.
Batman is best. No, it's not.
I don't know if Deadpool's a hero or
He's a villain. He's a villain. Deadpool.
He's actually though. He's an anti-hero.
We gonna.
How is Joker?
We gonna.
That's what I want to know. He just is.
All right, move on to the next step on the pyramid. We'll talk a little bit more. Young Justice is out.
Yeah.
I like Nightwing. I like Nightwing, baby.
We're going to move to Nia, read here, and work on some of those exercises in there. We'll talk about that a little bit more next week. But also we're going to cover and finish the creativity piece. Because I know y'all got to go. Y'all got to do the thing. And then I want y'all to make sure, I want to make sure some food out for y'all. You got your book?
No, he don't got
He was there that day.
I had one.
No, bro. Yeah, you look ass, man.
Huh?
You know what we forgot to do? We forgot to introduce our...
Oh, that's true. And we didn't do the play. Hey, come back.
I can get my best icy water. I can get my best.
Icy water is for the school. Y'all had y'all for the Fisher thing.
Hey,
you go fishing with Dad? Go ahead, say the players. Let's go.
I was born for greatness. My greatness comes from my focus center. I pledge to use mine.
What good is saying? Hold on. What good is saying it? If y'all can't say it, slow it down. Say it together. Let's go.
I am not a man. I'm born for greatness. My greatness comes from my focus center. I pledge to use I pledge to use my spirit, mind, and body. I pledge to use my hands for the building.
I pledge to use my mind and deeper focus in her.
The reality for myself. I pledge to live my life and go beyond all of my self-imposed limitations. I pledge to promote the principles of the GNJMedia pledge and assist all those seeking to establish success. I pledge all these things first to myself, my teachers, to all relations to my higher power. I am GNJMedia. I share.
All right, now. Oh, last lesson. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Sit down. I got one more lesson for y'all. One more lesson. Those that want to leave, go ahead and leave. Those that want to stay, stay. But if you won't stay, don't be disruptive.
He's looking late.
All right. Last thing.
Please.
Say that.
I say.
Y'all saying now. Go. Those that want to come in. Close the door. Say this again.
I say.
And we know what I say mean, right?
Yes.
This is our word of power, right?
Right.
It's a word of power, right?
Yes.
So why, when we finish our pledge, even if we don't know the pledge, we know this is coming, how come we don't get hyped when we say this word? Ashe means so be it. Ashe is the energy that created the universe. So we're calling on, or whatever we just got done saying, we're saying it and we're bringing it into reality every time we say Ashe. Right? So when we say Ashe, no. Ashe. I mean, you got to generate that energy. You got to get hyped. It's sort of like you going into, you about to face, if you say this every morning, you're about to face the world. You're about to go into the game of your life. This could be your last day of life. So when you say this, you're saying it because you want to be able to at least live the stuff that you're talking about.
So like that's basically
right.
So that's basically like you have anybody see Immortals.
You said what?
See what? Immortals.
It's like when they go to war and they get hyped and stuff.
That's right.
Yep, like they did in 300 too.
Yeah, I seen that movie.
So everybody say it. Go ahead.
Awesome.
Say it.
Ashe.
You're laughing. You laughing. That's what I'm talking about. See, because look, this is something that you can take off of the place and use personally. When you need that energy boost, say get up and say, look, it's in you. You know what I'm saying? It tickles you. I say. It don't have to be loud, but it's the intensity that's behind it. You understand me? It's the intensity that's behind it. Try it. Go ahead. I say. Again. I say. Sound like you about to spit. Peace. This is Brother Hatem coming to you live with another GNJMedia journey, and this one is entitled Left Pinky or Right Arm. Of course, this is powered by Oxy Water, so listen up. This is one of my stories, one of many of the stories that I have, and I'm going to keep on coming at you. I'm coming live from the Shisha Lounge on High Street in Columbus, Ohio. Another one of my spots, y'all can hear me smoking in the background, so go and bear with me. I wanted to do this live, but it wouldn't let me do it live, so I'm just going to do this podcast, and hopefully you can get the lesson. I wanted you to get the live vibe of while I'm here. You can hear the music in the background. It's pretty crowded. There's about 50 people up in here, so if you ain't got nothing to do on some of your evenings, come through and check me out. You know, I love the hookah lounges. I can do my studying, I can do my research, and also I can do my writing. So, but this is what I was thinking about today. For those of you that was tuning in to my class with the young boys, my Warriors class, that's going to be ongoing pieces. I'm going to try to take all the classes that I do, all the personal sessions that I have, and also basically keep you informed as well as keep some of the interviews coming that I've been able to record, and try to make them a little bit more dynamic for you and keep those that are listening to keep listening. And once again, I encourage all of you to get your own radio station. I mean, we're in an incredible time, and I would love to be able to listen to other people's ideas. Because I often, with some of my free time, I'm able to go through and listen to some of the stations, and I really enjoy the work that some of you doing. So I'm sending shots out to all those other broadcasters out there. But check this out. Here we go. Now, I've been having this recurring dream that it's not a bad dream, it's just hard to understand, and different parts of it come, and then I'll remember the dream. So basically what's going on in the dream is that I'm somewhere in a desert, and I know that I have a plush hotel room, and the hotel room's number is 313. Now that's a whole nother story within itself. And I got this hotel, but for some reason I'm going out to the desert, and I'm going to a cave, or it's a valley, or it's just, I'm struggling out in the desert, but I got this plush hotel that I can lay in, so I don't understand. But anyway, I had an opportunity to run into someone with wisdom, an older gentleman who gave me some advice about hard times in my life. And basically the advice was to teach me about perception as well as about dealing with my problems. So I was under a lot of stress during one of the times within my life. And I guess the dream took me here, and I was sitting at the feet of the elder in the cave or whatever. And basically, somehow the elder found out I was going through some things. So he basically asked me this question. He said, well, little brother, let me ask you. He said, are you right-handed or left-handed? I said, right-handed. He said, so you use your right arm mostly for everything? I said, yes, sir. He said, well, listen to this question very carefully and think about the answer and give me an answer. He said, you have a choice that needs to be made. Either you can make it now or you could delay and make it later. But let me put up this for you, because with every decision we make and every decision you go make in your life, there is going to be a sacrifice that come along with that decision. Whether that sacrifice be time, whether that sacrifice be money, whether that sacrifice may be a relationship, whatever, with every decision you make, it need to be, there's going to be a sacrifice. So I want you to think about this question, and then we'll talk about it further. So he said, you're given a choice. Either you can give me your left pinky right now. You have to pay me. This is a situation. You have to pay. Either you can give me your left pinky now and be done with your day, or you can give me your right arm 2 weeks from now. I said, Elder, there's no way around this decision. I said, there's no way around the decision. Either way, you're going to have to give me your pinky or your right arm. What's your choice? Your pinky now or your right arm later? I said, well, if there's no way around it, no tricks I could do, nothing like that, I'll give you my left pinky now. He said, that's a wise choice, okay. With that being said, and with you making that decision, why do you live your life like you're willing to give up your right arm? I said, what you mean? He said, why are you allowing issues and decisions to be delayed so long that they eventually come out and end up with you giving up your right arm? I said, explain. I'm confused, Elder. He said, if you know that something is going to be a problem, whether it's in your business, whether it's in your tribe, whether it's in your personal life, why delay the decision when it could be just you losing your pinky? Although the pinky is going to cause you pain, the pinky decision is not going to cause you as much pain as delaying and allowing your right arm to be removed. With the pinky, you're going to have some pain, and you're going to have some slight adjustments to make. And by you making a decision now, you save yourself some time and some major pain. Because if you wait, and I'm going to have to come get your right arm, when I get your right arm, the pain that you're going to go through is going to be greater, and the life change that comes with that, with you losing your right arm, is going to be a lot more than if you were to give up your pinky right now. I said, so basically talking about dealing with a molehill before it becomes a mountain. Yes. But I want you to be able to have something to focus on. I needed to make the problem a little bit more personal. You live your life as if you are willing to give up your right arm. Now I want you to live your life as if you are going to give up your pinky and get rid of the problems before they end up snatching your whole right arm. I said, wow. I said, thanks, Elder. He said, you need to really kind of change your perception of something. Sometimes you got to let people go. Sometimes you got to let situations go. Sometimes you got to make major business decisions now rather than waiting for them to grow into a real problem. And if you're able to do that, and if you're able to live your life like your decision you just made, cutting off the pinky, now, rather than waiting for your right arm to be removed, your life will be a lot better and a lot less stressful. I said, wow. So now, with this, I want to just leave that little bit of wisdom that came to me in a dream with you. Are you living your life like you're willing to give up your pinky now, or are you waiting for your problem to grow to where it ends up taking your right arm? You know what I'm saying? Your major arm. If you're right-handed, that's your right arm. If you're left-handed, that's your left arm. Make decisions as if you have
something on the line, something very valuable. You can lose something small now, or you can lose something rather large that's going to cause some major pain and cause you a lot of problems in your life, cause you a lot of stress. So I'm getting to a point now where I need to start making picky decisions rather than right arm decisions. So that was the wisdom that was passed to me, and I'm passing it on to you. I'd like to thank those that's listening for listening. I hope you're able to get some wisdom off of it. Leave me some comments. Let me know what you think if you listen to the show, if you like it. With that, I'm saying peace. Once again, this is Power by Hockey Water. I'm also up in the Shisha Lines. I'm sending some shots out to them. So if you're ever in Columbus, come check me out at the Shisha, or come check me out or at the Gypsy Lounge. I'm at either one of them. And with that, Brother Hatim is saying peace, and you have a beautiful night. And may your day be as beautiful as you are. Check me out on Gianni Journey. Check me out on Mile 3. Check out my blog, GNJMedia.blogspot.com. Also, another announcement. I will as soon as I find out how to do it, I will be giving away free PDFs of my books, and I will also be giving away free the lectures that I did a few years ago. I'll be giving those away as well. So all you gotta do is log in and get them and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So be on the lookout for that. With that, this is Brother Hatim saying peace.
Peace. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm coming to you with a second installment in the Nation Builders series. And my topic today will be, what is the soul? But before I start, I would like to thank the Creator, my illustrious ancestors, for giving me the courage and opportunity to step before the mic and talk to you this evening, or a day, or whatever it is for you. But sit back, listen, and learn. Today, we're going to talk about the soul and how the concept of the soul, how this thing, not just a concept, but this actual reality of the soul fits in with the Nation Builder definition of self. Now, I want to review, for those of you that don't have the first series, the Self-Mastery series, and the first CD called Why Self-Mastery, let me review real quickly what the self for a nation builder is defined as. The self is essential, absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that is not dependent or influenced by outside circumstances. And the question today is, how does the soul fit into that? Because when we look at the definition that I just gave of the self, that sounds like spirit. Because the self is all encompassing, and just like the spirit, it's all encompassing. The spirit forms the rocks, the spirit forms us, the spirit forms the air we breathe, the planet that we on, the galaxy that we are in, and the universe that we exist in. But we want to bring this concept, we want to bring this down to where we can make it work for us. So we need to look at the different qualities and the different powers that lie within us so that we can bring it out. So this brings us back around to the question of, what is this thing called the soul? We all have heard the word before, but is it spoken of in a way that people just assume we know what it means?
And in this assuming, the true meaning of the word is lost. This term, this thing, this being, as potent as it is, has fallen victim to our modernity. What do I mean? I mean, we are more interested in television rather than innovision. We are more concerned about what happened in soap operas rather than what was taught and shown to us in ancient dramas. We are too busy tracking rap stars and new cars rather than studying stars that may help us know who and what and where we are. We rather listen to the radio than to listen to our dreams. So as we talk about this antiquated term soul, we have to look at what was said about it in ancient times and bring it back to its primary focus in our lives. When we look at the Bible, the King James Version, in the second creation story, yes, there's two creation stories. You got to look at it. You look at the first chapter, you look at the second chapters. There are two creation stories, so please go and look at that for yourself. Well, in the second creation story, Adam, or man, was formed from the dust of the earth. And the Creator gave this being the breath of life. Now, when the breath of life was applied, we read that it says, it didn't say, let's be clear on this, it didn't say man became a living body, man became a living spirit, man became a living mind. No, we became a living soul. See, for most of us, we will read right across that and miss the whole point. But when I put on my nation builder glasses and my spiritual cap, this brings up questions for me, and I'm forced to look into it. So the question arises, what is the soul? And how does it fit into the definition that I gave for the self? Because we got to be clear with this, because these two fit together and they work together like a wheel. They fit together and work together like a fine machine. And once you get them working, everything that you could ever want in your life will manifest. Why is man declared a living soul? When we look up the definition of soul, we see that it is the immaterial essence, the animating principle, or activating cause of individual life. I want to stress that. Let's go through that again. The soul is the immaterial essence. There's that word essence again. We always run into this word essence when we're dealing with spiritual matters. Or an animating principle, or an activating cause of an individual, and I stress that word, individual life. So from the definition, we see that the soul is an individual expression of this thing called self, or this thing called spirit. Spirit is the very essence of all life and things. It is the unmanifested essence of all, the unmanifested energy, the unmanifested power, the unmanifested ether, the unmanifested reality. It was, it is, and it always will be. What does it say for us? What does it say for us? It is the unmanifested. What we have an opportunity to do is to manifest it, because it works through us. How does this information help us understand what the soul is and how to better my life, to better my family life, to better my community life, and most importantly, what does this have to do with nation building? I know somebody out there like, well, what does this got to do with nation building? But let's listen. Let's look at this a little bit deeper. When we talk about the spirit and we talk about the self, something very interesting starts to happen, because a lot of us, I contend, are closet atheists. We really don't believe in anything. We don't believe in God. We say we do, but a lot of us, we are in doubt. We don't believe in this spiritual thing because we can't see it, touch it, or feel it. But even modern science today is balancing itself on the fringes of spirituality. Why? Because when you start dealing with quantum physics, which deals with what they call like the micro universe, and you start breaking down the human body into the molecules or into the cells that form the human body, and you break them cells down into the molecules that form the cells, and you break down those atoms that make up those molecules, and you get down to what makes the atom, you get down to absolutely nothing. And even deeper than that, you come upon a universal paradox. And this paradox is this, because a paradox is like a puzzle. It's something that shouldn't exist, but it does. We talked about a paradox before. And the paradox is this. When they get down to the very essence of the atom, the very essence of the smallest particles, the smallest matter, the smallest energies in this universe, they find this. Whatever they are looking for, that's what they find. Now, what's that hot tip? Listen, if they go in looking for energy, they find waves. But if they look at the same atom, looking for particles, looking for matter, they find it. So at the exact same time, an atom is able to manifest an energy signature as well as form matter. It all depends on what the scientist is looking for. So what that shows us on a micro level is that the whole universe is affected by what we think and what we see and what we want. What did that say? What did that say about us as far as our abilities? Let's go a little bit farther in the paper. When we talk about the soul, we talk about the individual expression. Listen to this. The individual expression of God, the creator, or whatever you call your higher power. When we talk about the soul, we talk about our personal piece, our individual piece of this God thing, of this spirit thing, of this higher power thing that manifests as us. Our soul is our individual expression of the creator. Like I said, the self and the spirit is all encompassing. It's in everything. But the thing that makes us unique as human beings is that we are able to take a small piece of that and it becomes ours. It becomes our own personal expression of the creator. That's why all of us are different. We all come from the same source, but all of us are different. All of us have different abilities. All of us have different talents. So the real question you have to ask yourself is, what were you chosen to come here to express? And when I mean here, I mean to this planet, to this universe. What were you chosen to come here to express? Or better yet, what did you choose to come here to express? What were you born to teach the world? What is your purpose? And I'm going to use the word nia instead of purpose. Nia is a Kiswahili word that we use in the African or the Afrocentric community that means purpose. So the question is, what is your nia? What was you born to do? What was your purpose being born on this planet? What is your calling, or what our ancient ancestors call your vocation? Y'all heard that before. You got those vocation classes in school, and a lot of times we just think that's something that's just made up. Of vocation, the root of vocation means calling. Your vocation is your calling. It's the thing that you was put here to do. So when you follow a vocation, you're following your calling. It's something that's calling you, and you seek it out and you learn to master it so that you can express it into the world. When you plug into this soul, when you plug into this soul that's plugged into this self, that's plugged into that ultimate spirit, it opens the door to your present. It helps you rectify your past. And then on top of all that, it empowers your future. The soul is simply spirit with direction. Now that's powerful, because think about this. I already told you in several tapes, and I'm telling you right now, spirit is at the essence of everything. And if a scientist can go and look for an atom and want to see energy and see energy waves, or want to see particles and see particles, that show that the universe is influenced by that scientist's mind. Now, we are spirit with direction. That means that we have the ability to affect everything around us. That's power. That's power. And a lot of us are sleeping on it. A lot of us are scared of it. A lot of us are denying it. We don't want the spirit to manifest through us. We don't think that we're worthy of that. But when in total essence of things, the spirit manifests through us, whether we got it on or off. So now another question that I have to ask is, what type of spirit are you manifesting? Are you manifesting a dynamic fountain of life? Or are you manifesting a stagnant pool of death? Soul, man. Think about it. Think about the power that's been laid in your hand. In my search for answers to the question about the soul, I could not help but to notice that some of the answers to the word, to this concept, to the word soul, come from its name itself. Think about this. I found it strange that the word that we use to describe our innermost being, our personal connection to the source of all, when said to someone that speaks Spanish, let's say, means sun. And all of us know, hopefully all of us know, that the sun is nothing but a star. Same thing in Portuguese. They say sol, means the sun. And it's very similar in French, means soleil. In French, they say soleil, soul. When I began to look at the sun, I saw that the sun is a perfect model to use to discuss the ultimate power of your soul. The sun can also act as a perfect model to remind you of who and what you are capable of when you open up to the ultimate power within you. Listen, the sun provides light. A star provides light. It shines. The soul can provide light. The soul shines for our lives through knowledge and wisdom when we open up to it. It can illuminate those dark spaces in our existence as well as the existence of others when we are allowing that light to shine through us. If we decide the guidance, if we accept the guidance. The sun provides heat. It provides us with warmth. The soul provides us with a heat and a warmth when we are moving in our nia, or our purpose. If you have ever had a chance to do what you were born to do, this is the heat or warmth that you feel moving through your body when you get good at it. The warmth spills from you and it begins to warm the people around you. An example of this is when you're dealing with a good entertainer or a good singer or a good athlete, where you can watch them, where you can listen to them. When you hear somebody that's really singing from the soul, that's doing what they're supposed to do, they move you. They can move you to joy, or they can move you to tears because you feel the energy coming through them. When you see a teacher that's working with kids, or a teacher or a professor in a college that is really teaching what they love, it'll bring you to tears. It'll change your life. When you hear a preacher that was born to do that, you hear the power coming through him. You feel his soul. You feel that spirit moving out of his mouth and infecting all the people around him. That's the warmth. That the person that is on purpose, the purpose that is working within their need, the purpose that is being guided by their soul, being used and utilizing that energy source called that spirit or that true self. That's that energy that flows, and it warms everybody around it. The sun is abundant, and it pulls from an infinite source. The soul pulls from the spirit realm when we are doing what we are born to do. A person moving in their nia seems to be able to pull from an unlimited power source. If the sun was to cease shining, all physical life on this planet would cease to exist. And if your sun stops shining, you die. And it will hurt many people around you. Some may die with you, depending on how powerful you are. So like the sun in the center of our solar system, the soul is the center of our life. If it is extinguished, our physical existence stops and decays to nothing. Also like the sun, our soul has a gravitational pull. It has the ability to pull into our lives wherever we need to fulfill our purpose. But many of us doubt this power. Many of us deny this power. Many of us fear this power. Many of us reject this power. We live a soulless existence. Some of us are walking around in a zombie state, waiting to become powerful. Many of us feel powerless. We're waiting for something outside of ourselves to make us powerful when the power lies in us. Let's look at this. When our ancestors talked about hell, hell is where you lose your soul and you are condemned to a punishment for all of existence. How many of us right now are living a soulless existence? How many of us are moving outside of what we're supposed to be doing? How many of us are prisoners to a life that we don't want to live, that we are living because we feel powerless and we feel we have no choice? Is that not hell? Is that not living a soulless existence? Is that not following our soul? Jesus said, what does it gain a man to gain the whole world but to lose your soul? And many of us have gained many things in this world, but we lost our soul. But I want to say this. It could gain a man the whole world if he followed his soul. It could gain you all the peace. It could gain you all the joy. It could gain you all the happiness. It could gain you all the prosperity that you could ever want. But you got to be bold enough and willing enough to follow your soul. Take some time each day. Sit quietly and try to learn how to commune with this power inside of you. The soul is the center of your life. Like the sun is the center of the solar system. But somehow, many of us have allowed our solar system to rotate around these illusions that this world has put out here for us. And because everything, our life is rotating around things outside of our power, outside of us, we become weak. We become tired. We become sick. We become tired. What I'm telling you is this. Follow your soul. Find your purpose. Take time with yourself. Talk, in a sense, talk to yourself. Learn about who you are. Get in tune with that real, that true self. That absolute, complete, and perfect aspect of your being that is not dependent or influenced by external circumstances. And then find your personal expression in that spirit, in that self, so that you can live the life that you want. This is Brother Hatim. I'd like to thank you for listening. This has been produced by Kid Magic at Advantage Record Music Studios. If you want more information about CDs from the first series as well as the second series, you can hit me up at www.nationbuildersclub.com, or you could call 614-260-7150. Someone will get back with you and take your order. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to email me at ha@tmail.com. With that, I pray that your day be as beautiful as you are. With that, I say peace. Peace. This is Brother Hatim, bring you another CD in the Nation Builder series. I'd like to thank you for listening. And first, I'd like to give praise to the ancestors and my Creator for allowing me to be able to be in the studio, speak my mind. I hope you can learn something from what I have to say, and I hope that it helps you grow and help make your life better. I'm going to start this by reading a verse from one of the holy books, specifically the Bible. And it starts like this. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the water. Then God said, let there be. I'm going to stop it right there. Now, if everybody would in your mind say, let there be. Let there be. Very powerful words that we'll learn about as we proceed. In many of the creation stories, the word precedes creation. But I want to take it farther than just the word. What precedes the word? What precedes this vehicle of creation? This is the question I want to focus on in this lesson. Whenever we speak about this process that takes place, we sometimes overlook the fact that the word is first, and then, but even before the word, there's something in the process that goes before it. The process that takes place before the word is called thought. Before the words flow, the mind thinks, or is supposed to think, about what it wants to say. Then the words move out into the universe. This, my friend, is one of the secrets of creation. The thought. The thought should always precede the word. So once again, if you would, think these words, let there be. Let there be. I want us, if we are bold enough and brave enough to use the gift that lies in our souls, to pull on our infinite potential, your infinite knowledge, and imagine when the Creator formed the heavens and the earth and flowed across the face of the deep and spoke the words, let there be light. If you are able to imagine this, I want you to go a little deeper. I want you to go into the very mind of the Creator and see what thought or thoughts were on the Creator's mind. When the Creator created light, what else was it? He, she, Allah, Jesus, Buddha, or whatever else you choose to call this being, what else was it thinking about? When light was created, the very first thing that is mentioned in Genesis, when light was created, was any thoughts about the firmament, dry land, grass, whales, goats, chickens, or even men? Was any of that on the Creator's mind? Or was the Creator focused on creating light? This is not a hard question, because in the answer lies the secret of creation, a model that we can use to better our lives. In my humble opinion, there was a focus that could cut through the dark. There was a focus that could generate enough life force, enough energy, enough power to bring what was desired into existence. Creation takes place in what some call the divine mind. Others call it the true self. Others call it the higher self. Some even say the soul. There's a process to creation that we can plug into. Now, my question now is anybody interested in this process? Anybody want to know how this process works? Anybody want to become what's called a conscious creator? We have been given a model for creation in Genesis. We have been given a model for creation in the Kemetic system. We have been given a model of creation from all of the creation stories all over the world, and every last one of them demonstrate the process of conscious creation. But fear has kept us from using it. Matter of fact, fear has kept us from even recognizing it. You see, everyone has been using this creation process in their life, but unconsciously. And because they use it unconsciously, instead of creating what they want, we create from our fear. To bring this process to consciousness and create what we want in our lives, we have to understand the first rule of creation. Now listen, rule 1, we create what we focus on. This world and the system that runs this world is focused on making sure our minds stay on things we don't want in our lives. And because we focus on what we don't want, we create just that. Let me give you an example that shows you and illustrates how this world strives to keep your mind focused on what you don't want to be focused on your fears. I want everybody in here to remember a time when you turned on the news. You turn on the news and it seems that you come face to face with tragedy every day. I want everyone to think about the last time you heard good news on the TV, read good news in the paper or radio, or heard good news on the radio. And even if you do hear or read good news, it is always eclipsed by bad news. It's to a point for me where I have to ask the question, is there an unwritten rule that states if it's not bad news, it's not worth reporting? Why is all this bad news reported? Because it takes you and puts things in your mind that helps keep you unconsciously creating. It keeps you surrounded by fear. It keeps you surrounded by the madness. And in this madness, we unconsciously create. Another example is statistics. Why do most statistics that we get only focus on the downside? Matter of fact, I would dare say I have never heard a positive statistic. I read somewhere one time that there's 3 types of lies. There's a lie, there's a goddamn lie, and there's a statistic. Now, I remember one statistic I heard in the early 90s that stated that 70% of all black men will end up in jail, dead on drugs by the year 2000. Now, I wanted to know who that was good news for. I wanted to know who that was going to help get into a better position. Because being a black man, that wasn't no good news for me. And that kind of messed up my focus for a little while because I kept on thinking about those statistics rather than what I really needed to be thinking about. I started unconsciously creating in my life out of fear that maybe I could possibly win those 70%. See, you got to understand this system benefits from you unconsciously creating. This world benefits from you unconsciously creating because as long as you are focused on what you don't want to happen in your life, as long as you are unconsciously creating out of fear, someone or something can benefit. I can create pills to relieve your stress. I can make food to comfort you. I can manufacture clothes to boost your self-esteem. I can change you to get you out of a crisis. I can save you and bring you out of any crisis, all at your expense. You could pay someone else to save you from your personal hell you have been unconsciously creating. So this brings me to the question. What are you letting be in your life? We back to them words, let there be. What are you letting be in your life? I need to stress, the thought precedes the word, and the word precedes creation. Now for me the question rises, what precedes the thought? Now, this gets down to the core of it because we heard one of the first rules of creation is focus. Now, but check this out. What precedes the thought? The thought is preceded by a stimulus. What is a stimulus? A stimulus is a catalyst, an impetus, an impulse, or a motivation, something that causes and encourages and gives a response. And that given response is a thought. Whenever you are stimulated, a thought is produced. That thought produces a word. That word produces a desire, and that desire produces a creation. Now let's go through that steps again. Let's go through it again. The process is there's a stimulus, there's a thought. That thought produces a desire. That desire produces the word produces creation. The problem lies in what stimulates us. Where does it come from? It should come from inside of us, but for most of us, we are stimulated from our external environment. Now remember the definition of the self. The self is not influenced or dependent on external circumstances. As long as we plug into this outside world and we are stimulated from outside, we are not operating within the true self. And because we are not operating in the true self, because we are not plugged into our soul, we unconsciously create. And in unconsciously create, we develop a hell around us. But if we turn our focus inward, we can bring forth the light that lies in us. Then we could say, let there be. Instead of haphazardly making things be, we can consciously stand up like the Creator did in the beginning of Genesis to say, let there be joy in our lives. Let there be wisdom in our lives. Let there be peace in our lives. Let there be abundance in our lives. Let there be prosperity in our lives. Let there be health in our lives. Let there be love in our lives. See, because we got to understand this. If we are miniature creators, if we are miniature gods or miniature beings with a higher power quality inside of us, then that means that we still maintain the ability to create. And our canvas, as we could call it, our place of creation that we should utilize is our lives. And many of us let that pass us by. Many of us out of fear, many of us out of anger, many of us out of jealousy, many of us just out of ignorance allow others to create our lives rather than reaching inside of ourselves and stimulating our thoughts so that we can create our own lives. So once again, I ask, what are you letting be in your life? You letting Ralph Lauren determine what's in your creation? Are you letting a welfare state determine what's in your creation? Are you letting a war determine what's in your creation? Are you letting that being that lies inside of you in your heart that I've been talking about for the last 22 CDs, that power, that true self that's connected to the soul, are you letting that determine what needs to be created? Right now, you had an opportunity to plug into something that could make your life great, that could bring you everything that you ever wanted. And on top of that, stay righteous. Plug into it. Listen to these CDs, read books, find ways to plug into that power that's greater than you, that lies within you. Make it work. Harness that power. Once again, this is Brother Hatem. I'd like to thank you for listening. Thank you for taking time and listening to the CD. This has been produced at Advantage Record Music Studios. The executive producer is ISM, Institute of Self-Mastery. With that, I say peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are.
Peace. This is Brother Hakim. Today we're going to be working on meditation. And of course, meditation is always good for those people on the journey because it gives us time to settle in. I just did a blog post on sacred spaces. So now what we're going to do is a meditation that will take us to the sacred space within. So if you would, if you're interested in following this meditation procedure, because it's very simple and it's something you could simulate yourself after we get done going through this process. Now, I need to preface this by saying that if you're driving or doing anything where you need to have full attention on what you're doing, please, please, please do not use this MP3. Do not, you know what I'm saying? Do not listen to this and try to drive long distance, please, because I can't and won't be held responsible for what happens, because meditation takes you to a point of relaxation. And some people will fall asleep. Now, some people do become more alert, but there's more that will fall asleep. So right now we're going to work on reaching our sacred space. So, if you would, find a comfortable place. Either you can lay down, or I prefer to sit up. And as you are sitting up in your meditation position, try to make sure that your spine is straight. You can either sit cross-legged Indian style, as they say, or you could do a half lotus. You could do a full lotus. You could sit in zazen, as they call it in Japanese, on your knees. But as long as you're able to keep your spine erect. And from there, I'll walk you through the meditation. Now, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be taking deep breaths. So what I want you to do is to practice breathing. And I want to make sure that you have the process down. In breathing, what we must do is we're going to breathe in and out through our nose. So we're going to take the air in through our nose with our mouth closed. Take the air in through our nose and try to fill up our belly. So every time we breathe in, your belly should expand like a balloon. Every time we exhale, your belly should collapse. So when you breathe in, belly expand. When you breathe out, belly collapse. Now, let's begin. I'm going to be using a rhythmic method at first, and then I'm going to take you through several phases of relaxation. Then I'm going to introduce you or help you introduce yourself to what we will call your sacred space, your holy of holies. So, here we go. I want you to relax and breathe with me to this rhythm. When I say breathe in, you're going to take a full breath in. When I say hold, you're going to hold the breath. When I say breathe out, you will release the breath. So, we will be going on a 4 count. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. The rhythm will go just like that. So, here we go. Find you a nice relaxed spot. Get comfortable. And I'm going to say, breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold, 2. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold, 2. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. Now continue the rhythm. As you breathe in, the stomach expands. As you breathe out, the stomach collapses. Continue breathing at your own pace. Now I'm going to walk you through relaxation of the body. We're going to start down with our toes. Continue focusing on your breath. But allow a little bit of your awareness to go to your toes. I want you to feel a warm energy being pulled in by your toes. This is the healing ashe that our meditation is producing for us. I want you to allow this energy to come in through each one of your toes and move through your feet. Starting at the bottom of your feet, allow the warmness to move up into your feet. Allow it to penetrate the bone and move through your foot, each foot up into the top of your feet. Allow your feet to warm up to a comfortable heat, and allow that ashe to be pulled from the earth and move through your feet into your ankles. Allow it to penetrate the bone. Feel it within the ankle joints. Anything that needs to be healed as this energy touch is on its way to being healed. If it's not healed already, allow it to move up through the calves, through your shins. Allow the energy to move into your knees. Feel your knee joints warming up. Feel the energy healing and relieving any stress and any pain. Allow this energy to move through the top and the bottom of your spine. Allow it to come up through your thighs, up into your hips, and into your midsection. Going through your buttocks. Allow this energy to move up into the middle part of your body. Allow it to sit there. Penetrate every part of your lower body. Your blood is being energized. Everything is being purified and relaxed. All the stress is leaving. is as if you're sitting in a warm pool. Now, allow the energy to continue its journey up through your stomach, your lower back, slowly moving through all the organs, moving through all the tissue, moving up into the middle part of your back and into your solar plexus area, the lower part of your chest. Allow it to move into your upper chest. Feel all the bones and all the organs being penetrated by this energy as it moves up through your chest, all the way through to the back, moving through your spine, rolling up over your shoulders, and now it's moving down through your arms, moving through your biceps, your triceps, your elbows, your forearms, your hands, your thumbs, each of your fingers. Get them relaxed. Allow it to move up into your neck now. Allow all the tension to escape as it moves up through your jawbone, behind your ears. Allow it to move into your jaw. Allow it to move into your jawbone. Allow it to move into your forehead, through your eyes, through your nose. Allow it to move through each one of your hair follicles. Feel it in the top of your head. And lay there now, or sit there, and allow this energy to work its magic, to work its power. Feel the tension falling away. Feel the stress falling away. Feel the pain falling away. Maintain your breath. Breathing in, stomach expands. Breathing out, stomach collapses. Breathing in, stomach expands. Breathing out, stomach collapses. Now, we're going to do the countdown. And with each number, I want you to feel yourself becoming 9 times more relaxed. 10. 'You become 9 times more relaxed than you were just a second ago. 9. Become even more relaxed. 9 times more. 8. You're going deeper into relaxation. 7. Going deeper. 6. 9 times deeper. 5. 4. 9 times deeper, and we're approaching our destination. 3. 2. 1. 0. At 0, we are totally relaxed. And we enter a space of total peace. A space of your making. Open your inner eyes. And what do you see? The space is yours. It's yours to be created.
and is yours to go to anytime you need to feel the way you are now. Relax, stress-free, healthy. You are in your holy of holies, your sacred space, where you are able to build upon who you really are, where you are able to learn. So some people's sacred spaces are libraries. Some people's sacred spaces are wooded areas. Some people's sacred spaces that they find when they do this meditation is deep space. But it's all up to you. When you open your inner eye, where do you find yourself? Rest there and commune. Energize yourself for the day ahead. And as you feel it, as you feel that you need to, start to come back. But come back with a new energy. Come back with renewed ashe. Come back with love. All the pain, all the suffering, all the stress, all the tension has been laid down. You can decide to pick it up later if you so choose. But as of right now, as you come back, you picking that up is your choice. Come back in peace. This is Brother Hatem, and go and continue enjoying your moment. With that, I say peace. Peace. This is Brother Hatem. I'm back. I'm on the journey. This is powered by Oxy Water. Today we're going to talk about meditation. I just did a tape where I did a free meditation walkthrough for people so that you could just get an idea, because it's not a hard thing. When we look down at the root of meditation, one of the meanings of it, when you get down into the etymology of the word med means to measure. So to take measure of things, to sit back and to contemplate, and to eventually be able to allow the thoughts to move without the real you getting involved in it. We sometimes start to believe that we are our thoughts, we are our perceptions, but there's something deeper within us that's watching, and that's what we're trying to get to when we meditate. That's why I took you to your sacred space. That's why with the meditation by the numbers, we go through the numbers and we go to our sacred spot, sacred place, our holy of holies within ourselves. So when we meditate, what we're trying to do is we're trying to measure our thoughts. We're trying to not necessarily control, but to truly contemplate and to get beyond the contemplation and find that part of us which is watching the contemplation. Because as the thoughts flow, once you start meditating, you start seeing that those thoughts are coming from somewhere. And the somewhere that they're coming from is not necessarily the part of you that is meditating, the part of you that you're trying to reach. So we're trying to get beyond the flow, the constant flow of thoughts. That's one of the reasons we focus on the breathing. That's why the breathing is very important. Now, once again, I might have not explained it very clear for you earlier, but when you breathe during the meditation, what you need to do is to take the breath in through the nose, down to as deep in your belly as you can, and expand your belly. Now, many of you are going to have problems with this, because some of the people I work with privately have problems with this because we've been breathing with our chest for so long. And that can be part of it, but first I want to get you used to expanding your abdomen as you breathe in, or your stomach. Expand it. And even if you have to fake it at first, when you breathe in, allow your stomach to expand. And when you breathe out, allow your stomach to collapse.
one that works, that chakra point that we talked about in another one of the journeys, that chakra point, that Kuumba spot in the Gyami terminology, that Kuumba spot, it works that spot. But then also, it allows you to start realizing that the lungs are a lot bigger than we really know, because we breathe. A lot of us breathe in our chest. We're only using half, if even half, of our lungs, our lung true capacity. So now, what we're going to eventually work towards is another part of another meditation that we're going to do is called the whole breath meditation, and we're going to get into that. But first, I'm going to work with you on this and getting the rhythm. Now, the reason we do the rhythm, because with rhythm, it's easy for you to fall into a trance-like state. Now, I do the rhythm because, one, it helps you move into that trance-like state, and then eventually it helps you to really start detaching from your thoughts, because now, as your thoughts start, as you try to keep track of what I'm saying, breathe in, 2, 3, 4. You're following that, and you're trying to count with me. And while your mind is counting with me, you start noticing that there's another part of you that just starts drifting away. And eventually, that mental part of us almost shuts down. For some people, they get so good that it totally shuts down. So by the time you get to, and I say 3, 2, 1, 0, you get to 0, the thoughts have basically stopped, and you are just in your holy of holies, your sacred space. Now, as far as the sacred space, what I want you to work on in your meditation until the next time, because the next meditation, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, that I'm going to present you with, is going to take you to another level with your sacred space. But with your sacred space, it's a space of comfort for you. It could be empty, it could be full, it could be whatever. It's your personal thing. You don't even have to share this. I wouldn't even advise you sharing what your sacred space looks like. You know what I'm saying? It could be the bat cave. It could be a library. It could be deep outer space. It could be an oasis. It can be inside of a walled city where you are king. It makes no difference. It's yours. And you go there, and you are able to find that peace. You are able to find that comfort. You are able to feel that joy and that life energy. You're able to feel that pure ashe come in as you breathe. And you're able to push pure ashe and love back out into the world. Now, where we're going to go next with it is, I have a meditation that we will be working on soon called the book. So I need you to go and get clear and work for the next couple of days before you move to the next one, because I'm going to record it pretty soon. But I want you to work on developing your sacred space, developing the proper breathing technique, developing being able to keep up with the rhythm, developing the ability to reduce the thoughts or to stop measuring the thoughts as much and just let them go like clouds in the sky. You just watch them pass, and you don't really get attached to them. You just let them pass, and eventually they'll just fade away, and then you'll be in your sacred space within. Now, because we talked about sacred spaces on one of my blogs outside in the world, but I want you to be able to find a sacred space within you, where you can really, really get intimate with that true part of you, that real part of you, that part of you that will outlive your life, outlive your body. So with that, this is Brother Hatim. And I'm saying peace. And I'm ending it right here. Actually, it's on a pretty short one. So if there's any questions or comments, feel free to hit me up. Of course, this is powered by Oxy Water. And for those that listen to Gyami Journey and not on Mile 3, I'm very pleased to say that Gyami Journey is now www.GNJMedia.com. You go straight to it. I own the domain. I'm very proud because that's a major step for me as far as a nation builder. I'm owning something. Also, for those that are interested, I will be giving PDFs of the Players Pyramid. Eventually, I'll be giving away PDFs of Lost Art of Storytelling, as well as the Gianni Journey Handbook. But realize that I'm giving out the PDFs. One, I want to get the information out there, but also I'm doing it on our system. I'm telling people, if the books help you at all, go to the website and hit the tip jar and just donate, because the journey needs to be supported. The journey ain't just about me, because what I'm trying to do is raise enough money so I can help send some boys to Simba. Also, I want to be able to do different things with the Urban Warriors as well as my tribe here. So, you know, I want to get this information out, and I'm trusting that the people that will find it useful will be willing to either purchase a book or put something in the tip jar every now and then when they come to the website. So this is Brother Hatim. I am saying peace once again. Once again, I'm reminding you that this is powered by Oxy Water, because I just got done with a big bottle, and I just got done with a run with my daughter, so I'm feeling good. I'm about to go finish my stuff and get ready for my morning. So everybody have a good evening, and with that, I say peace. What's up? This is Brother Hatim. I'm on a Gianni Journey right now. I'm doing a class, my Warriors class, and I got some new young ladies in there kind of starting over with the Players Pyramid. Of course, you know that's my book if you've been listening to my show. It's available on my website at GNJMedia.com. I own that. I am a property owner. Now, here we go. We're going to start over. Anybody want to introduce themselves since you're on my show? You're Gianni Journey. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Shamaya Wilson. I'm 15 and I attend Fort Hayes.
My name is Navia Lars. I'm 18 and I'm homeschooled. Lars, I'm 16 and I do Papaya Online.
My name is Willie. I'm 15.
My name is Warren, 16, and I go to Bridgegate.
This Brother D, the Traveling. I'm back with Master one more time.
So we about to now I know some players might be listening. I'll let it flow. So, you know, y'all get ready. All right, here we go. You know what I'm saying? The first step, because now what I was doing with them, I was telling them about the history of the Players Pyramid, how I developed the system to help me write paper, because I was intimidated when I went to college because I couldn't write. You know, well, how could I put it? I could write, but I didn't have a clear idea about what I wanted to write. I didn't have the confidence in myself that I got. And since I was involved in African history, and it was a real powerful Afrocentric movement at the time, I started learning about the Nguzo Saba. And the principle that Nguzo Saba spoke was, so rather than going to some other system, I decided to stay with the whole idea of the Afrocentric piece and use the Nguzo Saba, which is Umoja Kushagalia Ujama, Umoja Kushagalia Ujima Ujama Nia Kumbanamani. But the problem was when I tried to plug that system in, it didn't work in that order, Umoja Kushagalia, because unity in my mind or unity in my thoughts was kind of ridiculous. So I started looking at it and I flipped it upside down. The first thing I needed in order to be able to write one of these term papers was faith in myself. Now, when I figured out that faith, then automatically my creativity started flowing. And from there, it went on and on. So I was able to plug in using the Players Pyramid upside down. So in our family, in the Gianni Nguzo Saba, upside down, we start from Imani and work our way up to unity. All right? So now, in order to work with this, because it's a metaphorical pyramid, because we got certain tools that we use. Because when we build in a house, we need tools. When we build in a building, we need tools. When we build in a desk, we need tools. When we building anything, you need tools. So we got 7 tools. Now, the first tool, could somebody read that first tool for me? Because we went over it, and we just going back over it. So, you know, I can play with my ego, put my ego up on the radio right here. Oh. Have a clear idea of what you want. Now, that's one of the first tools, because as we work with these principles, the one thing we got to understand is that these principles are old as time. They're not limited to African reality. Every last one of these principles are something that people can use. Now, for example, let's look at emoji. Emoji means unity. Don't everybody talk about unity? So this is a universal principle, right? How about self-determination, which is Kuti Chakalia? Can everybody benefit from using self-determination? The work and responsibility. How about cooperative economics? How about purpose? How about creativity? How about faith? All those are the basic principles in Nguzi Saba. Emoji, unity, Kuti Chakalia, self-determination. Ujima is collective work and responsibility. Ujama is cooperative economics. Nia is purpose. Imani is faith. All those are universal principles. So they're universal tools that can help. And with that, we got 7 tools that help us structure to use. Like, for example, so being clear, having a clear idea of what we want is one of the tools that we're able to shape and mold individual pyramids. Now, let me explain what I mean when I say the individual pyramids. A lot of people think that setting goals is about setting big. I want to be a doctor by the time I'm 50. So they set their whole life around that, not realizing that there are minor steps that you have to take in order to get to that. Everyone like for example, let's imagine we plan a trip, right? Let's plan a trip from here to Eastern Mall. There's no way that we could just plan a trip to Eastern Mall and all of a sudden materialize it and take steps to get there. Whether we catching the bus, whether we walking out to the car, and even when we get in the car, we got to go a certain direction to get to Eastern Mall. There's certain steps that we have to take. There are certain steps that we have to take to get to what we want. But each one of those steps, in a sense, we could take time to plan out. The more we plan, the more successful we become. The more and the more practice with building this pyramid on a smaller level, the easier it becomes to use a system on a bigger level. You dig? Any questions? Comments? All right. So when we set a clear idea of what we want, what that does for us is it gives us a vision to move towards. It gives us a guiding star. This goes to a story that I often use. Napoleon, I read in a book, I think it was called The Anacalypsis, I can't remember. But it was a story about Napoleon. I don't know if you're familiar with Napoleon. He's one of the greatest generals of all time, depending on who you talk to. And Napoleon, it was said that he had moved to a certain rank in his army. He would bring them to his personal tent. They would drink cognac, which was his favorite type of wine. People don't know that. Y'all know that. One day y'all might have a trivia question. Cognac is wine. People don't know that. Cognac is wine. Drink some of his favorite cognac, eat real good, and after they get done, Napoleon will put his hand around and walk them outside his tent and point. You see that star right there? If they said no, they wouldn't be his general. Now this is what's crazy. It wasn't a star there. The only person that really could see the star was Napoleon. This was Napoleon's guiding personal star, right? He had his own. Think about this. This man created a reality around himself to such a point that in the sky that led him to where he was going. And anybody that couldn't tie into his vision and see what he was doing or see where he was heading couldn't be with him. You don't see what I say. Don't you think your life is just as important as Napoleon's campaigns? Even more so? If people aren't lining up with what you see, it don't need to be in your life. Where you want to go, they don't need to be in your life. So when we start setting and being clear on makes it easier for us to get there. Now, the reason I tell a story about Napoleon because that's an intense version of what I'm talking about. But I want you to think about this. This man down there conquered all of Europe, almost all of it. And he was so powerful that finally when he lost, you know what they did? They were scared to kill him. They put him on an island. You know what I'm saying? They gave him his own. They didn't kill him. They put him on his own island. He escaped from that island and took France over for 99 days. They called him again. Instead of killing him, because of respect or whatever, so far away that he couldn't escape this time.
I want you to think about it. This was one guy with a vision of himself that was beyond the vision that everybody else had for him, that was beyond the scale of possibilities at that time, and he was able to change the world. Think about that. You ain't asking to change the world. You just asking to be happy, aren't you? You just asking to be the best you could be. So that if it can happen like that for that fool, now when I have y'all staying under there, what I tell people, you're looking at your star. I want you to formulate your vision of where you want to go and formulate a star that you can see, that you can teach your friends to see. It might not have to be that visual star up in the sky is just a symbol of it for you. But you want people to be able to see your vision if they're going to participate in it. All of y'all going to be approaching the age where y'all going to be dating, y'all going to be talking about getting married and have kids. It would make life so much easier if you are able to marry somebody that see your star, to have a clear idea of what you want. And your life would be so much easier if you do it, if you have it too. Most people don't have clear ideas. They live life on accident. Stand on accident. Start living on purpose. All right? You gave me the finger? Go on to the next one for me.
What is it that you want to be?
Psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist. So what do you want to be? Surgical tech. Counselor. And a lawyer. So being able to clearly define what you're talking about, you know, what you wanting to do. And so that sets you on the path. So the next one is
What am I willing to sacrifice to reach my goal?
what am I willing to sacrifice to reach my goal? One of Hunt's favorite books is called African Openness to the Tree of Life, and there's a proverb that says that those who are not willing to sacrifice will not be fulfilled. So everything that we do, it costs us something. We give up something in order to make it happen. In order to be here, we had to sacrifice time being in front of the television, sitting down, chilling, snoring, to be a singer. And what type of things would you have to give up?
Sometimes you have things that you do normally with friends. Probably like if your friends want to, let's go to the mall or something. No, I have to stay home and work in the studio or whatever, or write this song now. You have to sacrifice a lot of friends and
Right.
My sacrifice when I sing, basically sacrifice my fear of people like laughing or telling me to stop or like things like that. My sacrifice is letting go of those who see that star I see.
Right. And so the power of sacrifice is that what you're giving up is something in place of something that you feel is as valuable or if not greater than. So if I feel like my time with my friends is something that I want to do, I enjoy, but ultimately, being a singer or a drummer or being a martial artist, I give up that time so that I can spend it practicing, because I know that ultimately I'll have an opportunity to have this great opportunity to share what I've been working on. And ultimately, just giving up that thing and sacrificing it, it has its reward, its benefit. Sometimes to get that grade that you're looking for, you have to sacrifice a little to stay up a little longer to study, and to trying to learn more things. Sacrificing that time on the video games to actually learn things like a.
It's funny how you said video games and everybody looked at more.
Screw you guys.
All right, but the third tool is what?
See the end before you begin.
See the end before you begin. What do you think that means?
Basically, to see the end before you begin, we see either is it successful or is it not. Like, you either see yourself happy at the end or you see yourself sad at the end. So you got to know your path.
Any other thoughts?
Your imagination.
Like
if you're working on, like say you're working on, see yourself in the end being one, even though you're not there now.
Right.
You're looking at yourself. I'm gonna be there in the end. Mm-hmm.
So when I go to sleep every night, I always imagine my future. Like, I escape from where I'm at now and always go to, like, that place that I want to be at. So
seeing the end from before you begin is that, you know, being that surgical tech, like you said, you're not that now, but everything, I'm a surgical tech, and you're doing the things to become. And so you may not be it now, but you have the ability to become that thing. And that's the way that actually our Creator sees us, is that sees us as the finished product versus, you know, this person that's going through this journey to get there. And saying, as a matter of fact, they say it's not the destination, but it's the journey.
Journey too. Our writings, we call it Journey because it's about the journey. Because all the beauty of life comes out in the journey, not the destination. Have any I mean, as uncomfortable as they are, you sit in the car for a long time, but if you pay attention to the sights that you go by, it'd be nice. Yeah. And then you get to the destination and it'd be like, okay, road trip is really what a joy is, because that's what adventure is. Like, for example, because some people try to structure their life so much that they move God or move the Creator. All of the Creator works mysteriously. So mysterious things happen. Check this out. Have any of you ever left the house and forgot something or had to go back home? Since I got to be on time, you didn't go back and get it. And you just go and you have a boring day. But then all of a sudden you got something to do and you're in a rush and you forget something. All of a sudden you say, nah, this time I'm going back. You go back to the house, you go get it, and all of a sudden you run into somebody that you ain't seen in years. And an adventure unfolds for you. Or you find out some information you didn't know that may change your life. Is nothing but for that moment. It makes you feel good. That's the way life is for us. Go ahead, baby.
All right, so today we were going to see Madagascar, and my friend, she's like a sister to me, she lost one of the free tickets, and she's sitting up there, and she's searching for it, and she's like, nah, we're just going to leave. And then something made her come back, and then, like, she never found it, but when we got on the bus, she said something kept me from leaving the house earlier. And then when we got to a bus stop, all these people were coming from the other bus to that bus, so the bus broke down.
Confirmation. Listen, when we open ourselves up, we clear on the first one. We know what we want. All right? We go to the second one.
The sacrifice.
We know what we sacrifice. We know what we're giving up. It opens us up for opportunity so that we get to number three. We before it begins. Now, check this out. And this is the key. Because a lot of people be like, well, how come number one and number three kind of repeats themselves? Being able to see your star is so important that I think one of the tools need to be used twice. So this is like a screwdriver. You got the flathead screwdriver and you got the fancy screwdriver. One is the flathead, the other one, but it's the same tool, but it's a little bit different. Now we're saying, look, see yourself as you want to be. And look at yourself and imagine yourself in that uniform that you say you want to be. If you want to be a lawyer, imagine yourself in a suit. I ain't just saying because I'm I don't believe in teaching y'all just positive thinking, teaching y'all positive actions. Because, of course, I want you to be able to see it, but I also want you to start taking the actions to move towards your journey. Like I said, because we can't sit here and just walk, could we? We got to get up and do it. We got to see it in our mind. We got to make the sacrifices we need. Then we got to see the end before we begin and get out and get it moving and move to the next step. Be open. Go ahead, baby.
Is number three basically like having faith?
It could be. It could be. Well, let me put it this way. Because faith is an innate knowing. It's a knowing that's beyond just being able to measure something. So it's like you're seeing yourself as you are, but where you want to be. So yeah, it is.
So if you see it, basically why I said that is because if you see it, you can believe it.
Right.
And to believe it means you have faith.
Right. But see, now let's get now.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to 50.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Peace. This is Hot Tim, and I'm on a journey. Journey, that is. And often you'll see on my blog, as well as hear me say on my radio show, support the journey. I know a lot of people wondering, what does it mean by support the journey? On my blog, you can see a tip jar on there, as well as some products that I offer. Of course, I'm letting you know that eventually those will be free. But let me let people know what support the journey means. When I talk about supporting the journey, what I'm talking about is supporting what I do as far as the community and personal development, i.e. self-mastery. What I'm developing is workshops and materials that add value to people's lives. Of course, I would love to be able to do that full time, but I don't, because right now I can't. We got hard economic times. But some of the things that my journey allows me to do, just with the blessings that I have received, because I'm not complaining. The blessings I have received from the connections that I have made have allowed me to travel, have allowed me to give young people and some old people experiences that they would have never been able to find, possibly, without running into me while I pursue my journey. My journey in life is to help people. And that's a major, major thing for me. I love helping, and I love giving my time to help people get to where they want to be. And most people say when they come to me they want to be successful. And I help them become clear on what success means, because with the principles that we use and the methods that we use, you could become successful. Now, I'm not talking about a millionaire or a billionaire, or that's all possible too. But what I'm talking about is being able to find happiness where you are doing what you're doing. There's no reason why anybody in this world really needs to be depressed, need to really feel down, need to really feel victimized. Those are all things that we choose in our life. And what GNJMedia Journey does is, one, I speak on a lot of different things. I'm very eclectic. I study a lot of different things, but the major purpose is to help people find the value in their life, help people find their idea of success. So when you donate to the GNJMedia Journey, or when you give, because it ain't really donating, when you purchase something from GNJMedia Journey, realize that a large portion of that support goes to help people. For example, right now we are in the middle of send a kid to camp, December camp campaign. And what I'm doing now is raising money. All the money that, of course, that I get is going towards helping young people get the same. But since I don't get a lot of donations, I have to give donations to the cause myself in time and money, and I have to convince some people who are big donors to continue supporting. Every year for maybe the last between 13 and 15 years, I have been blessed enough to be able to take between 10 and 15 boys up to this camp where they receive love, where they receive companionship, where they receive lessons in life, where they are around other positive black males, and they could have some idea that life is bigger than their neighborhood, that their life is valuable. and that they can add value to other people's lives with the information that they have. Simba is a big part of what I do. Giami Tribe is another big part of what I do, because that's where we do the work after, at least in Columbus, that's our Columbus chapter. That's where we do the work after the Simba Camp. And for those who may not never ever be able to get to Simba Camp, we have something going on a weekly basis. As some of you heard on my last live broadcast, we had a group of young people that was going through the process, and I started seeing light bulbs go on. I was praying that we would make it through the whole time, but we didn't, and that's the way the universe works. But you got to hear some of the work that I do. We don't just talk in Giami. We do things. We provide opportunities for individuals to experience what Umoja is, and what Kujichagulia is, and what Ujima is, and what these principles that we stand on are. And some of the ways that we do it is through the camping. Some of the ways that we do it is through the traveling together. Some of the ways that we do it is through the sweat lodge. Some of the ways that we do it is through the meditations. Some of the ways that we do it is through the physical movements and physical activities and exercises that are provided, and the challenges that are given to the members to elevate, to help elevate them. We also have a ranking system. So when you help and support the journey, what you are helping to support is individuals that are trying to move, because there's no way that with the population that I'm working with, I could charge what this is worth, possibly. You know, some people do come in and pay. For example, I have one of the major issues that I have within the tribe, and as well as far as the national organizations that I'm part of, we have a lot of people that want to come in and just talk about change and talk about what we need to do for individuals and ourselves. Now, me, myself, I have, over the last 5 years, become very frustrated with the lip service that's paid to elevation, change. There's a lot of lip service out here where people's talking about what they want to do. So what I have started requiring was for people that come into the journey was for them to really, really start looking at the principles as well as the information that is provided. And in the information, one of the major things, this brings me to the story that I'm going to tell, that I'm going to end it. And within the information, you find 7 principles and 7 tools. Now, I'm going to go through all of those over the radio show, because like I said, I'm giving this away. But like I said, I would love to continue doing it. I would love to move to another level of doing it. But if not, that's cool, because this is me. And I love doing it. I have a passion. This is Support the Journey Part 2. Excuse me, my phone shut off on me. Someone called, and of course it shuts down. So that's a function I need to email Spreaker about. Possibly adding an application within their program that allows all calls to be sent automatically directly to voicemail when a radio show is being recorded. But anyway, it's a beautiful thing. Like I said, the interruptions mean that I'm busy. But like I said, I got tired of people doing a lot of lip service to change in their personal life, and as well as organizations, as well as people. So what I started doing was demanding that before I even spent time with people, they had to at least look at the information that I have and apply the first 7 tools. Now, I will go more in detail about the 7 tools, but I'm going to give you this story real quick and finish it up. The first tool is knowing what you want, or, you know what I'm saying, forming an idea about what it is that you want, being clear, crystal clear about what you want, being able to see this vision, applying and understanding the process of making and developing a vision for your life. What does success mean? Because a lot of people just say the word success, but those are empty. That's amorphous. It's empty. When you just want change or you just want success, what does that look like? Be able to describe what you would look like, what you feel like, what you want to do. We got to work on that, and I'll go a little bit more of that in depth. But step number 2 is where people usually stop. Because one of the things that I started doing, and here comes the story, this goes into the second step. Know what it is that you will be willing to sacrifice. Our ancestors teach us in the book of the African book of the African openings to the tree of life. One of the proverbs that changed my life was, I think it's the second proverb, and it goes like this. It said, he or she who is not willing to sacrifice will not be fulfilled. So that's the second tool, knowing what it is you want to sacrifice. So a guy came to me one time. He was referred to me by somebody else who was in my tribe, who had received some benefits and whose life had been improved. He read it to the guy. He noticed that the guy had a GNJMedia symbol. And he said, hey, man, I used to know a guy by the name of Hatim that does, he calls himself GNJMedia. And GNJMedia was very important to him. And they had a house and all these people with him and stuff. You know how to get in touch with, I was, I know how Tim, blah, blah, blah. They started talking. Anyway, God received my phone number. Now, a lot of y'all probably listening saying, oh, man, that was me. No, listen. So, the guy called me out the blue, told me how he got the contact and all this. So, I sat down and I talked with him. Now, when in the conversation, we need to understand what's being exchanged. There are 2 sacrifices being made. Both parties are giving. Both parties are receiving. Now, but on the coach's end or my end, I am giving more because I'm giving you my time. You got time. You obviously got time to spend to talk about your change. I may not have the time to listen. I may be in an office. I may be in a meeting. I don't have time. Other people are paying me for my time. So he called me, and he said, I really want to talk to you. I said, all right, cool. You need to call me back, blah, blah, blah. I'm always willing to help. So he started talking. I listened to all his problems, and I said, well, all right, cool. Check this out. You need to get this information, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? He read a little bit. So we talked about the first step. The first step being clear on what you want. He was able to tell me he wanted to change. He was able to tell me what the change looked like. He was able to paint a picture and mesmerize. It was the way he put it together was mesmerizing. I was like, wow, that's powerful. I said, all right, now what are you willing to sacrifice? And that stopped him in his tracks. He said, I'm still working on the first one. I said, here, let me help you. I said, how much? You got a job? He said, yeah, I got a job. I said, okay. How much you make an hour? He said, I make about $6 an hour. I said, okay, $6 an hour. How many hours a day you work? He said, I work about 8 hours a day. I said, okay, so 6 times 8 is 48. I said, okay, and let's say just take a week, 7 days, not the 5-day week. Let's take the 7-day week. What's 7 times 48? He did the math. Took him a while to do the math, So, we look at that, and he did the math. 7 times 8 is 56. We going through this whole process. 7 times 8 is 56. Carry the 5. 7 times 4 is 28. 28 and 5 is 33. So we talking about $336. I said, cool. How? Because that vision you gave me was beautiful. I said, are you willing to sacrifice $336, a week's worth of pay, 7 days worth of pay, to allow me to help you get to where you're going. He's like, what? What now? What, nigga? What? No, wait, dog, you boo. Wait, it's always, people always talk about money. I said, dude, you're getting my time. I said, that's cool, I understand. I said, let me explain to you where this money going. I said, look, a portion of that money is going to support my tribe. A portion of that money is going for Simba Circle. A portion, you know what I'm saying, and I laid it out. Of course, some of it's coming to me, but your vision was beautiful. I can help you clarify and give you the tools to get to where you want to go and give you the kick in the ass when you're not achieving it. Are you willing to invest? Needless to say, he walked away, and I haven't heard from him since. We have people who have these visions, but we have people that are not willing to do the steps or willing to make the sacrifices necessary for them to get where they want to go. Everything of value cost, whether it costs in our time, whether it costs in our money, whether it costs in our resources, everything requires an investment, and we have to be willing to make these investments in order to change our lives. And this goes for organizations, this goes for communities, this goes for nations. It's sacrifice is key. But we'll get into that because I'm going to go through all the 7 steps. But this is Brother Hatim. Of course, you know this is powered by Oxy Water. And eventually it'll be available. This CD will be available on Gum Road. And if you like it and you want to support it, spend $1 on it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even got to listen to it no more. Spend $1 and know that $1, a portion of $1 is going to help send somebody to December. A portion of that $1 is going to fund one of the local camping trips that we have, or a trip to the Sweat Lodge, or possibly send some of the young people that we work with, as well as some of the adults, to Ghana, or some other places where we could go and experience life and experience our journey in fullness. And maybe you might be one of the ones that benefit, because I like to be able to say that every individual that I come in contact with that has gotten anything from me has been able to use the tools. And I am the first one. I'm going to sacrifice my total foolishness to just give away what God has given me, to give away what the Creator has given me, and not demand that people respect what I do. You could do it for free, but do it away from me. You could do, you know what I'm saying? We have to be willing to work together. We have to be willing to sacrifice. I got kids that I have to take care of. And I'm not just talking about my biological kids. I got kids that need some motivation to be able to get to college. And I need kids to be able to look back at GNJMedia and be like, look, at least they bought me some books on the way to college. At least they was able to put a computer in my hand. At least they had the resources to help me pay for a quarter when I couldn't do it myself. And we might have some adults who might have some genuine, beautiful business idea and that we may need to invest in. And I want to be able to support all that. But I can't support all that by just allowing my time to be consumed. So with that, this is Brother Hatim saying peace. You enjoy yourself. Have a good night. And with that, I'll say, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Enough said. This Brother Hatim, I'm on the journey. Tonight with my brother Quojo, Yende. Late night, need to be having my ass in bed because I got to get up and get to work early, but the rhythm is going. We got Yende on the lead drum. We got Quojo following up. And we sitting up here talking about nation building. Sitting up here talking about family. And Quojo, They just switched drums. Allende is setting a pattern. One of the reasons I want to do this because we talk about mastery a lot of times on the journey. I want you to hear mastery. Listen to the drum. Kojo gonna hold the rhythm. Allende is gonna do the solos. It's real soft. And when I sit down and think about all of the wealth of knowledge that's just sitting in this one small community that I'm involved in, it boggles my mind. Let alone all of the states that I got fam in. Every last one of them, in some form or fashion, is striving for some form of mastery, whether it's mastering the political system, mastering the spiritual system, mastering the music system. And I think part of my goal is to bring all of that together. Bring all that together because music moves the people. If you can move the people, you can affect the politics. You can affect the politics, you can affect the economics. So we sitting in front of the fire. We call it the fire of the new return. We chilling. I think we're going to move towards having a pain fire here from Civil Tradition, at least maybe once a month. So they switching drums again, so the music stopped. You know, they fucking up my tape. That's cool. You know, we drink a beer. Hey, you right. It ain't no tape. It's all digital. Right now, I'm sitting up here recording, and I'm just thinking about the community. I'm thinking about the amazing time that we're in. Because right now, I can sit up here and I can record some shit that possibly 1 million motherfuckers could hear. I don't need no studio. I don't need no $1 million budget for marketing. All I need is to put the right keywords down. I might need to put some keywords down, and next thing you know, 1 million people is listening to what the fuck I'm doing on GNJMedia Journey. I'm sitting up here with a master drummer. A master drummer. He about to pull out probably the GNJMedia patch. Look at that. We got the GNJMedia patch.
Here, man, all the time, bro. I ain't never left.
All right, check this out. Check this out. I want the world to know my brother. You know what I'm saying? Because I want people to really start valuing the power of the musician. Because the musician is the spirit keeper in all of our traditions. Everything that we do is around music. And you look at all cultures and look at the importance of the music, and you really start to realize the importance of the musician. Whether they could read music or whether they could pick it up. When I think about how some of the music that I'm listening to influences the way I think, you start really realizing the importance of this thing called music. So, I'm going to have Allende. His name is Allende West. He's going to sit up here and he's going to really... Allende Anthony West. His name means they prayed and he came. We gave praises, my fault. We gave praises, and he came. And he's a virtuoso on the motherfucking drum. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to say this publicly. I went all over this world. And because I have been around Allende, I had the pleasure of living with Allende. I had the pleasure of growing up with Allende and coming into manhood with Allende. Everywhere I go, I can't hear the drum in the same way. I can't play a lick. But when I go to Ghana or all the other countries I went through and all the other states I went through, when I hear drummers, they all fail in comparison to this dude. So Allende, if you would, show these people what mastery is, please.
Women, but most important goddesses were black, not just for the African now in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey, the woman who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her, is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the Golden Fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a
AYIMBUBE is an acronym, Mind, Body, and Universal Balance Empowerment Institute. It is also Zulu. It means lion, of course. With that, we're working with resiliency. We're working with trauma-informed care. With all of the mind-body connections that we need to not only address so many of our ills, but also to heal from them. There's no one giant step that does it. It's a lot of little steps. Author unknown. How do you regulate? Yoga, meditation, and Bube. Mind, body, universal balance, empowerment. We're waiting for you. How do you regulate?
To have melanin embedded in our skin is a gift.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black? Too strong? Yeah.
We were born to be great.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black?
Born to be great.
Hand on mine and I'm flying straight down the highway. Who wanna get peace? Who wanna rest in pieces? I knew what Pop was talking about when he spoke about telekinesis.